Well, hello, friends. Good evening. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway as we're live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. We're down here in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Spot that should look somewhat familiar, although it was very, very dark the last time we saw it. Landed here a few weeks ago, a DC-6 trip that was originally going to go from Havana, Cuba to here, and then here to St. Martin. And the trip from Havana to here wound up taking the entire stream, over somewhere around 1,000 miles, maybe almost 1,100 miles, I think. And so we wound up just cutting that stream after that. It was a nice long stream, even with just the one flight. But here we are back again, and going to resume that trip. We're going to head down from here to St. Martin, Princess Juliana, the notorious Princess Juliana. And then from there on down to Martinique. And is this a run that Pan Am used to do? Not technically, but it's not completely implausible that they would have done this at some point. But they definitely served this region, and this airport was certainly one of their bigger hubs. But the entire region was something that they served. And yeah, wouldn't have gone to the specific airports we just mentioned, but what the heck, why not, you know? Again, we take a little liberty on this channel sometimes with history, just because we like an airplane and we like certain destinations, and that's where we're going to fly, and, history be damned. Anyway, here we are. It's the PMDG DC-6, and we're going to jump right to it. JJ's stopping into the chat already. Hello. Welcome aboard. Go ahead and find a seat. You got your choice, man. Your first one in, so you got your choice. Now, we do have VATSIM air traffic control on in the region, at least for this first leg of San Juan to St. Martin, and then from St. Martin down to Martinique, we may or may not. So we'll see what happens with that. But as always, we kind of we'll take the coverage when we get it, and always keep our fingers crossed. But really, that's just icing on the cake for a night like this, where there's no VATSIM air traffic control event published for VAT USA, and I think I checked around other nearby regions as well and didn't find anything. But but yeah, so it's always a bonus to have VATSIM air traffic control when you're not expecting it, and always appreciate it. We got the follow there from Nantony. Anthony, welcome. Appreciate stopping in. Grab a seat. Dr. Monocle says, if I was calling seats, it would be shotgun. Good to see you, man. How are you? Funny because JJ says, I took the Learjet for a test flight out of San Juan the other day. The 2024 update is nice. Yeah, so after tonight's stream, I am definitely, so I'm not flying again for you guys for over a week. So I'm going to take this next week to get 2024 fully configured. It is installed. I need to get it fully configured. And then we need to get our aircraft installed, as many as we can get installed at this point, and get controls configured. So my goal is that when we come back and we're going to do an air traffic control stream on Thursday, and I'm off my normal schedule this week and next week just due to some personal and work obligations. Well, we're going to fly for you again. So we're off. We're going to be on tonight. We're on Thursday doing some air traffic control, and then we're back on Tuesday, week from tomorrow, is when we are going to be flying for you again. And my goal is to have that up and running in flights in 2024, but we'll see how that goes. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and pop into the flow list and start working on our trip. It is, and I've got it up in Navigraph charts, not SkyVector, because that's obviously now I say we're outside the U.S. Technically, San Juan, Puerto Rico is in the U.S. But most of our flying is going to be outside of the U.S. this evening, and so we are flying first the Hammer 2 departure. We're assuming that we're going to launch eastbound. I guess I should check the ATIS and see. There's another SID that we would have to do to go to these points if we're departing westbound. Last I checked, the wind was coming out of the east, so I think we'll be eastbound. We'll double check the ATIS here in just a moment. But the Hammer 2 departure to Nail, and then Nail to Juice, and then Juice kind of puts us right in the terminal area for Princess Juliana, and right onto the approach. There's a bunch of different approach choices, but they're all basically the same. It really just depends on what equipment you're flying with, but they all work basically the same. They come in from any of these points surrounding, and then they put you on a final for the eastbound runway. So yeah, fairly simple leg number one, fairly short leg number one, but we will get right to it. There's our airport, and we're kind of parked down here near or on apron 4. Again, I think that's where we parked when we landed here last time, but it was very, very dark. And this is just the default airport. I did find a freeware add-on from flightsim.to for this airport, but it did not have any defined parking locations. So there wasn't a way to spawn in at a parking location. And I was like, well, I'm not dealing with that. We'll just go back to the default. Natney says, I can't imagine trying to fly. There's too many instruments to understand. It's not really that bad. It looks like a lot because you have 4 engines. So every gauge that you have 4 of it. But it's really not that many different gauges once you kind of figure out what's what here. It's a great plane, though. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's get to the flow list and start getting powered up and get underway. Let me blank out a couple of values in my V-speed calculators. Come down to the bottom here. Yeah, okay. All right, and I've got all the controls and their starting positions all set, so we should be good to go there. Let us just jump down. I don't think, I usually like to come to the maintenance manager and just reset all the values. You know, I think I do pretty well in terms of keeping the aircraft, you know, fairly well de-stressed. I don't think I overfly it. I think I keep the engines within parameters, but just to avoid any, you know, weird maintenance-based failures, I kind of just reset all those values at the beginning of the stream. Let's go over here to the ramp manager. Ground power is already connected. That's nice. Okay, we'll go ahead and get wheel trucks set. And starting fuel, we're going to just do 12,000, so about 3,000 per tank here. And sometimes when I do flights in the DC-6, especially if I do longer flights in the DC-6, I like to load the fuel weirdly just as a challenge to see if I can get it rebalanced by the time we land. But for today, I think we're just going to do a regular, straight, symmetrical load because these are 2 fairly short flights, and I won't have a lot of time to mess with that. Now, at the end of the month, January 31st, we're going to be doing a day-long flight. We're going to go from Anchorage, Alaska, all the way down to Seattle. It's going to be kind of a day-long flight. By the way, I've still got slots open for that. So if you are into vintage prop liners, or if you have an aircraft that can do 15,000 feet or higher, and somewhere between, I think, what are the parameters? Between 180 and 320 knots true airspeed. So even if it's like a King Air, or I think the PC-12 is comparable. You know, the spirit of the event is vintage prop liners, but if you got something that can kind of just keep up with the altitude and airspeed constraints and you want to join in on that, jump in on our Discord. Our Discord link is on the lower right-hand side of your screen, or exclamation point Discord, or actually just appeared in the stream chat about 3 messages ago. But you can jump in on that Discord, and we still got a bunch of slots available for that. That's January the 31st, and all the details are in that Discord. So, yeah, nice day-long flight. And then on that flight, we are going to load the fuel, you know, just kind of haphazardly, randomly, goofily, like, hey, something went completely wrong with the last flight, or there was a tank that they had to switch out, and, you know, the fuel's going to be kind of just really loaded oddly. And then we'll spend the duration of that flight kind of like, okay, well, how would we attack this? How would we use the fuel in a manner that rebalances it as we go? So that'll be our challenge on that January 31st flight. But yeah, got lots of slots left over for that, so please feel free to jump in on that. And all the information, like I said, is in our Discord. But for today, we are just going to go with a standard symmetrical load, 3,000 per tank, so 12,000 total pounds, and that should get us where we need to go. What do I normally do? 50 passengers and 3,000 pounds of baggage. I figured 60 per person's, you know, an average, high-end average. So 60 times 50, 3,000. So there we go. We got our fuel set. We got our Passenger and cargo load set. Obviously, we would open up doors before we do all that and load everybody aboard. But for right now, just getting the parameters set, it's going to be 85,514 pounds, and then we'll see how that affects our performance here in just a moment. So starting fuel load is set. Let's go ahead back over to the ramp manager. Let's get the exit open. Let's get the front cabin stairs open. Let's get the cargo holds open. Again, stairs connected. Okay, so we got all that done, and aircraft is kind of boarding up here. And come back up top. We can get our power source switched over to ground power and master switch on. We get our nav lights on. That's down here on the yoke. No smoking entrance and wheel well lights can come on. And then we'll set our interior temp control to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Right about there. Slant golf, yeah. I've started flying this with the Garmin just because there's so many places now where you can't even find a conventionally navigable route there. VATSIM Pilot ATC. Yeah, so we got more and more limited by actually flying Slant Alpha. The only thing I still fly technically Slant Alpha is that A2A Comanche. You could give me a route for Slant Alpha today? I know. I could have come up with one too. No, we'll just do it. We'll just do it this way. I appreciate that though. I've kind of resigned the fact that there's just so many places that you kind of have to have some kind of RNAV capability, or you can't even manage it. So we've kind of resigned that the routes of the channel, maybe have evolved into something different. But I still do fly that A2A Simulations Comanche with a pure Slant Alpha panel, and of course most of the time in that aircraft we're VFR anyway, so we're not even using instruments to navigate by. But pretty much everything else we are using some kind of RNAV capability, including here in the DC-6. All right, so we got the boarding started. Payload gross weight is recorded. Let's go ahead and grab our ATIS information. 100 at 5. They've got a few little cloud layers here. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Temps 25. Altimeter is 3001, and they are indeed arriving runway 10, departing runway 8. So that said that we filed should be okay, because we are departing eastbound like I suspected we would be. So 3001 was the altimeter. We can come down here, get that set in the captain's and first officer side. We can check to make sure that the field elevation does indeed line up, and it's pretty much next to nothing, and that's indeed what we're showing on that side. And then let's go ahead and set the same over here, 3001. And indeed, we are showing next to nothing on that side as well. So that good cross-check means that the altimeters are working, and also means in the sim, it means our weather simulation is working. We can turn on COM2, NAV2. I'm going to conserve battery power for now. So we'll turn on just COM2, NAV2, and we'll see if we can't get our clearance. It looks like we've got... We got approach and center on, it looks like. So 119.4 maybe for our initial clearance. And then just to be ahead of the game, it looks like the next one over is going to be 1815. But all right, so 19.4. Transponder, we don't know. Looks like departing runway, was it 8 or 10? I forget. Let's read the ATIS again. Nope. Departing runway 8. Okay.
Through 759er, left turn direct to Coney, please.
Can you say again for 759?
Yes, through 759er, no worries. Can you do a left turn direct to Coney? Alpha Charlie Oscar November Yankee.
Left turn direct to Cody, 759.
Okie doke. So we're expecting Hammer 2 departure to Juice. And an initial of 5,000. That is what the Hammer departure says. Initial climb, top altitude 5,000. If they give us something different, we will take something different. If they give us what we filed, that is fantastic, but we're ready for anything here. And it's information, what now? X-ray is current. X-ray. San Juan approach, Clipper 514, information, X-ray IFR to St. Martin.
Clipper 514, San Juan approach, good afternoon. Thanks for X-ray, San Juan question number 1.
Okay. Alright, so we're waiting on our clearance.
Room 759, contact San Juan Center now on 118.15.
Over to Center, we'll see us for 759, thank you.
While we're waiting on, we can power up the Garmin at least. Enter and enter. Give it a moment to acquire.
Clipper 514, San Juan approach, I have amendment to your flight plan. I advise when you're ready to copy.
Clipper 514, go for it.
Clipper 514, it'll be the same fit on the Hammer 2 departure, just different transition. You'll be on the Slugo transition, that'll be Sierra, Lima, Uniform, Golf, Oscar transition, then direct the airport.
Roger, Hammer 2 and then Slugo transition will be fine.
Alright, Hammer 514, roger that. I have a clearance advice ready to copy.
Go for it.
Alright, Hammer 514, you're clear to the Princess Juliana International Airport. On the Hammer 2 departure, Slugo transition, then is filed. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect 5,000. 177 departure. Departure frequency with me, 119.4. Squawk 4337, 4337 for Hammer 514.
Clipper 514 cleared to St. Martin. Hammer 2 departure, Slugo transition, then direct. 5,000, expecting 15,010. Departure 119.4, squawk 4337, Clipper 514.
Clipper 514, readback is amazing. Push to start is call me for push to start and call ready for taxi. Or actually call for push to start and expect runway 8 for departure. Altimeter 3001.
3001, we'll expect runway 8. We'll call you for push. Clipper 514, thanks. Okay, doke. So that's all done. The only thing they did was we had ourselves going to this Juice transition. They've changed it to the Slugo transition. It doesn't change anything at all. We're still going to end up on this this approach that points us toward the final. So it doesn't really change anything. Changes the mileage maybe minusculely. Maybe changes the fuel prediction minusculely, but over far and above, it's just it's not really any big change to worry about. So we can go ahead and roll on. We've got our clearance now, so let's go ahead and get the routes slugged into the box here. TJSJ is our first waypoint. It's the airport that we're starting from. Okay, enter. Next one is going to be, do we want to do procedure? We want to select our departure, enter. It is the Hammer 2, enter. From runway 8 or 10, I keep forgetting. 8. And we are going to Slugo, enter. We will load that. And yeah, and that's pretty much going to be it, right? So that is the entire route. We can clear the airport from that because we have everything we need for the airport there. And then we can put in our destination, and then we can actually put in that approach, because it's almost a guarantee that that's the approach we're going to get. Of course, we can always change it if that turns out to be wrong, but as our best guess, it's a pretty good one. So after Sluggo, we'll be direct the field. But our anticipation is that we're going to do this RNAV to runway 10 from Sluggo. So let's just go ahead and get that loaded in right now. Why not? Select approach, enter. Enter. From Sluggo, enter. And we'll load it. Alright, now let's push for cursor. Let's make sure that it all goes in there. Hammer, then nail, then Sluggo. And then let's see, is that correct? And then Avaki and Lessor and Mapon, and then the runway. On bed is what this on bed is the missed approach. Yeah, on bed is the missed approach, it looks like. Yep, 4,000 to on bed it on the climbing right turn. Okay, so we're all set here. Turn that off, and we can turn the range up, so we can kind of see where we're going to Hamar. But I kind of like having the data up there. So we are all set with that. I'm going to go ahead and turn this back off for now. Again, conserving, because we're about to switch over just to the battery, so I'm going to turn off everything that I can. Nav equipment setup, transponder code was 4337. I'm going to come down here, we're going to dial that in, but again, because we're about to switch over to just the battery, I'm not going to turn the transponder on just yet. 4, 3, 3, and 7, but we'll leave that off for now. Alright, V-speeds. Well, our V1 comes from a chart that is on the very top of the first officer side, so let's back up here and see if we can see it. So we are sea level to 2, so we're in this column, and then what's our gross rate? 85. So right about there, 86 is going to be V1. I have 99 and 104 as the V2. A VR and V2. I don't even see where you get VR. Yeah, 104 is correct. And we're going to rotate. I guess we rotate 5 knots before. Yeah, it's always 5 knots before that is the rotation. So I guess that came out of the pilot operating handbook, but in my chart, it just takes V2 and subtracts 5. So we're going to rotate at 99, and V2 is 104. So 86 being that V1, so that's where we're going to abort takeoff if we have any kind of safety critical items prior to reaching 86. We are going to abort 80. So 80's here. We're going to rotate at 99, which is right before here. And the reason I say that is when we zoom out, it's kind of, sometimes can be hard to tell which number is which. So I always kind of remind myself, okay, 80 is the first number, 100 is the second number. Wish there were bugs on this airspeed dial. There are not. That's why I kind of have to do this little briefing in my head. Okay, where are we in relation to that blurry white number and that blurry white number? Alright, we are ready to go, guys. Let's go ahead and get the power source switched over to the battery. Let's get the seatbelt signs on. Hopefully everybody's boarded by now. Entry lights can come off, and the wheel well lights can come off. The engine instruments can go over to the normal bus. We will come down here. We will disconnect the 2 sets of stairs. We can actually we're going to plan a straight pushback here, and we'll request it. That's not going to start it just yet. Remember, he told us to call for push, so we're not going to roll anywhere yet, but we are just going to be prepared for a straight push. And then if he says face east, face west, whatever, you know, we can just pivot into position. Request pushback again. We're not going to start rolling yet. We're just going to request that the tug gets connected. So we've got a few minutes while that happens. So we can go ahead and close the exits now. We can disconnect our ground power. And we can verify that our parking brake is engaged, I guess. Yeah, parking brake is engaged. So we can go ahead and remove the wheel chocks. Okay, done with that. Let's kind of get that out of the way. Pressurization. So we're going to be cruising at 15,000 feet today. So we'll set that as our, and our ground elevation 0. So we'll leave that right where it is. We're going to be cruising at 15,000. I think that's going to make the cabin altitude about 5,000. Yeah, about a little bit more than 4 and change. 4250 or thereabouts. Okay, so that's good. We'll be checking on that as we go. Let us go ahead and get the cow flaps opened up. That is there. Fuel selectors can all go to the mains, and again, we're just going to run a symmetrical fuel configuration today. We'll do some playing around with the fuel when we fly this thing on January 1st for you. Throttles will set to about 10%, thereabouts. And so a quick passenger briefing. We're expecting to push back like right now, so we're a couple minutes late, but we'll be okay. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Pan American Airways Flight 514 service to Princess Juliana. We are anticipating pushing back here from the gate momentarily, and the planned wheels up time is 1/4 till the hour. We might be just a couple minutes late, hopefully be wheels up by 10 till the hour at the very latest. Flight time, once we're airborne, is 1 hour on the nose, and we'll be cruising at 15,000 feet for you today. Weather here is mostly favorable. Nice warm day here in Puerto Rico. We've got a few cloud layers. It might be slightly bumpy as we climb up through them, but hopefully once we get up to 15,000, it'll be nice and smooth for you. We get fairly calm surface winds, very light surface winds here, so it shouldn't be too rough. But we just might hit some bumps as we climb through those couple of cloud layers. Do sit back, relax, get the seatbelts fastened for us, and then maybe tighten them 1 extra notch just in case. It is a little bumpy coming up through those layers, but otherwise we expect a nice flight for you today. We'll be underway as quickly as we can. Thanks again for flying with us on Pan American Airways Flight 514 service to Princess Juliana. Beacon light is on. Let us check in and get that push clearance. Where are we pushing on to? Let's get that. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. We're pushing off apron 4 onto hotel, so we'll let him know that. Make sure we have the most updated ATIS information, still X-ray. Approach clip to 514, it's ready to push off apron 4, information X-ray, and onto a hotel.
Number 514, roger that. Push start is approved, face west.
All right, we'll push and face west, clip to 514. All right, parking brake released, hold released, and let's go ahead and get this sequence started. We're going to start with the number 3. Let's get some fuel. Let's get some motion. On the 9 call, we'll get the magnetos and the booster. On the 12 call, we'll get the primer, and then we'll pull the mix in as soon as the engine catches.
9.
Okay, there's 9, the mag and boost.
12.
Hit the prime. Okay, we got catch. Mix in. Come back here. Make sure that all the engine parameters, it's going to come up to 1,000. We want to make sure it doesn't go up too higher, much higher than 1,000. For right now, we're good. Those kick off. We will go on to the number 4. We can get the pump off, gen on. Number 4. Let's get some motion going.
3.
Let's get some fuel going.
9.
Forgot to get the boost pump rolling. Hopefully we got it in time. I can't tell if it started or not. It did not. Okay, that's because I didn't have the fuel pump going in time. So let's get that mag off. Let's try it again.
3. 6. 9. 12.
Oh, there I have the mix in. Okay. Yeah, I botched the sequence there, but it's up and running now. So we get the generator on, fuel pump off. Let's come down here. Let's check on the RPMs. Number 3 is just a little bit hot. We'll back it down. And we're good. All right, so yeah, when I misfired the number 4, I should have gone back down and pulled the mix back out too, but oh well. Plane forgave me. Let's go on to the number 2, fuel pump, motion.
3, 6, 9,
Mag and boost,
12,
prime, and mix. Okay. Number 4 can come up just a little bit. Number 2 is just now getting up to speed, which is fine. Fuel pump can come off, gen can come on, and we'll wrap it up with some number 1. Whoops. Hopefully I got it.
3, 6, 9,
Mag. Whoops.
12,
2319! We have a 2319!
I can't hear if that engine's starting. It is. Because of Kenny Monster's alert, I couldn't tell if the engine started or not. Ah, missed it. Alright, let's... I botched the fuel. Fuel needs to come in right away. So now we got the mag off. We got the mix off. Let's just go through that whole one again. Always your fault. No, that was me. I didn't get the fuel pump started.
6,
Did the same thing on the number 4.
9, 12,
Oh, I botched that one too because I didn't have. Wait a minute. Oh, so okay, I botched that one too. One more, third time's a charm. See, that one I can't blame on Kenny Monster. Fuel pump on. Engine selector 1. This is the mag switch for the number 1. So I thought the number 2. Yeah, no. I'm all screwed up here.
6, 9,
Mag and boost
12,
and prime. Okay, there we go. Now we hear it start. Now let's come in. Yeah, the number 2 is a little hot. Let's bring throttle down. 3 and 4 just a little bit hot. Let's bring those down. Okay, so finally we got that all sorted out. We get that fuel pump off, that generator on, engine inverters on. We don't need the water injections today. Alright, so that's all finally done. Let's come back down here. Now that we got the inverters on, now we can power up all the radios. So we'll get that on, and we'll just fire that straight into altitude mode. DME on, ADF on, GPS back on, and COM 2 is already on, so we're good to go there. Alright, let's undo our control lock. Let's do flight control check. Obviously, we're not really checking the sim controls. We're checking the control surfaces outside. Somebody out there will give us a big thumbs up that they are all working good. Trim's neutral. Flaps set to 20. And yeah, we are good. Control lock, control surfaces, flaps and trim. The only thing I don't know if I did up top here was turn the start selector off, which we can do just as a nice little housekeeping. The Impossible Face is here. We got the follow there moments ago from you as well. Welcome. Good to see you. Tim Dog stopped in as well to say hi. Good to see you guys. Welcome. Take your seats. We're getting ready to get rolling. approach Clipper 514, information X-ray ready to go.
Over 514, San Juan approach, taxi to runway 8 via Hotel Alpha 01 full length for runway 8.
Alright, so Hotel Alpha, and then Sierra 1 for runway 8's full length, Clipper 514. That's a good thing you said that, because for some reason, even though I'm looking at a chart that says runway 8 is to the north and runway 10 is to the south, I had it in my head that I was going to runway 10. So when he said Hotel and then Alpha, I'm like, Alpha? Oh yeah, I'm going to that one, not that one. Yeah. Alright, brake check, brake's good. Impossible faces. I'm gonna do an Alaska cargo. I know I did an Alaska cargo run earlier, so I'm figuring to go watch something a bit warmer. Yeah, we were supposed to be up in Boston today. I changed the plan just because the weather up there is horrendous. We were supposed to be doing some VFR training flights up in Boston, and VFR is the last thing you want to be doing in the Boston region today. On the roll, we can go ahead and get the pitot heat on. Cow flaps can get set to 4. Minimum departure fuel for this leg is 4,900 pounds. We got plenty. We got 12. Yorkshire here. Good to see you. I typically go by Rob rather than Bob, but good to see you. Nice to have you aboard. And when we get northbound on Alpha, yeah, no visibility until about 200 feet off minimums this morning with the live weather on. Yeah, no, it was rough up there from what I heard. Don't have my glasses. Yorkshire says, yeah, no, all good, sir. Nice to have you. When we get going northbound on Alpha, I'm going to do kind of a rolling run-up just to make sure. And this is like a super abbreviated run-up. All we're really going to check is to make sure the prop governor catches all 4 engines. There's a little bit of a glitch sometimes where it will not catch all 4. And it looks like it's good. And if you encounter that glitch, by the way, if you just cycle the reverser on and then off again, you are typically good to go. Alright, so there's Sierra. So left turn here will put us on Sierra 1.
Over 514, runway 8, full length on full.
Alright, we'll line up and wait full length, runway 8, Clipper 514. Alright, so we are taking the runway, so I'll get the strobe lights on. Let's do the cabin crew alert here. We can get the landing lights extended, but not on yet. Any traffic which might be crossing downfield, we don't want to have our front forward-facing lights lit up, because that will signal to that traffic crossing downfield that we're not on the roll just yet. Okay, so these lights are...
199, hello, we have information, X-ray request question.
Air France
So-
199, San Juan approach, good evening. Push start onto series approved, base west, expect runway 8, San Juan November 3001.
So, all set.
And you said push left, correct? Difference 199.
Air France 199, face west on Sierra.
We've got 4 power settings. We're going to set 30 on the manifold, verify 2200. We're going to set 53, verify 2800.
Quarter 514, on departure flight runway heading, winds are going to be 090 at 5 knots, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 8, clip 514. Alright, so 30 verify 22, 53 verify 28, 48 and 26 once we get the gear up, and then 40 and 24 is our extended climb. So here we go. Set 30. Got 2200 RPMs, good. Set 53. Verify, we got 2800 RPMs, we are good. Airspeed is alive. 86 was our V1, I believe it was. 99 is our rotation speed. There it is. Okay, bring the nose off ever so gently. Gear coming up. Okay, as soon as we get the gear up, we can go to 48 and 26. Through about 400, we'll pitch down just a little bit, start accelerating. 120, we'll go 1 notch flaps in. Runway heading is about 085 here. I might have drifted a couple degrees, but we'll just keep 085. 078 is what's on the chart, so we'll just do a little bit of a left turn here. Back to 080. Okay, there's 140. We'll get the second notch of flaps in. By the way, our initial climb was
514 radar contact, 1 nautical mile to the north of the San Juan VOR. Climb and maintain 900,000, San Juan altimeter 3001.
Alright, up to 900,000, 3001, clip for 514, currently passing 1,000. Alright, and then 160.
514, roger, baby.
160, we get the final notch of flaps in. We'll go ahead and pitch to maintain 165. And at that point, reaching 165, we can go ahead and back the manifolds down to 40. And then the engines to 24. RPMs, rather, to 24. Right there. 40 and 24. And then we'll pitch to maintain the 165. I'm going to go ahead and get the landing lights retracted. Although I never turned them on when we got our takeoff clearance. Whoops. Okay, so landing lights should have come on when we got our takeoff clearance, but now they're off and retracting.
Hotel Alpha Mike Alpha Romeo.
Alright, direct hammer, clip to 514. Alright, so let's get trimmed up here a little bit. Trimmed up, get pitched to the 165. Let's jump up here and go flight plan, cursor, hammer, direct, enter, activate, and back to nav. Okay, we need to turn right. Desired track 88, we're now at 93, so we can go ahead and roll out of that, re-intercept it. Alright, autopilot on and clutched. And tracking. And let's pitch us up a little bit. Okay, let's readjust to 40. We're going to have to keep bumping the throttles up to keep that going, but we'll readjust to 40. 2400, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and we're pitching to 165 so we can get the nose up just a little bit. And remember, we're going to 9,000 right now.
Airpress 199, request taxi.
Airpress 199, taxi to runway 8, full length via steer 1 down altimeter 3001.
Okay, now we're climbing at a good clip. Let's get pitched down. Make sure we're maintaining 165 in the climb. So you'll hear me repeat this over and over again. Every few moments, we got to readjust to 40, and I'll just do the whole cycle. 40, 24, 200, and pitch to 165. Perfect right now. And then are we indeed tracking to hammer? We do appear that we are. With 11 miles to go. Okay, so far so good. And we got airborne, was it 5 minutes ago? So close to 5 after our scheduled time. Alright, the speed's drifting up just a little bit, so we'll pitch up. Turn a little bit of that extra energy into climb. Make sure we're adjusted to 40. And then let's check it again. 40, 24, 200, 165 in the climb. Navigation check, altitude check. Good.
Aircraft 199, runway 8, full length, 1
Sorry, say again, aircraft 199.
Aircraft 199, runway 8, full length, 1 full 8.
Line up 8 full length, runway 8, aircraft 199.
Alright, and we are done with the airport diagram, so we can untick that. And we're direct hammer, and then we're going to go nail and sluggo. Remember, no, so we got cleared sluggo, not juice. Other than that, we're good. Really not any specific instruction that we need on this. We're already we're already cleared past the initial top altitude. We already got the points plugged in. There's no other specific instructions or notes on this that we need. So I think we can probably just unpin that as well. Come back to that later. Oh, airspeed slipping. Let's get the manifolds back to 40. We'll double check. 40, 24, 200. And the airspeed slipped a little bit because I let the manifold pressure drop, but let's pitch down just a few degrees and get that speed back up to 165.
Heading 060, winds are going to be 090 at 5 knots, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
On departure, left turn heading 060, clear for takeoff, runway 8, aircraft 199.
Alright, we'll got the speed back. Let's pitch up a couple degrees and just maintain it right there at the 165. Let's make sure the manifolds are kept up at 40. Now we're gonna hit a point where I've pushed the throttles as far forward as they go, and we're not going to be able to maintain 40. We've got a secret in our pocket, though. We've got low superchargers and high superchargers. So in order to be able to continue to push those throttles forward, we're going to kick it into high. However, I got to back them off to about 28, so that when I switch them to the high, they go back up to 40 here. So let's do that. We're losing a couple knots of airspeed. Let's pitch down. Plus, we're going to be pulling power down while we do this transition. So let's just make sure we got this couple extra knots of speed here. So let's bring the inners down to 28. Oh, right as we start a turn, too. Probably not good timing, but oh well. All right, so inners are at 28. Let's pop them back up to 40. Okay, we're looking good. See, now we got plenty of travel. We can continue to push forward to keep that 40 going. And yeah, we pitched up too much, or pitched down too much. So now we're picking up too much speed. Let's get the outers down to 28. And then fire them back up to 40.
300, contact San Juan Center now on 118.15. Have a safe flight. Bye-bye.
Alright, 3000 and 1815. Clipper 514, we'll see you.
Air France 199er, radar contact, 1 mile to...
Alright, so we've got the all 4 blowers set to high now. And we're right back in that rhythm where we're just keeping that pushed up to 40, 24, 200, 165. Steadily 44 is here. Alright, so 1815, swap over. Uh-oh. San Juan Center, Clipper 514 is 900,000.
Clipper 514, San Juan Center, low climb, maintain 15,000, San Tomas altimeter 3000.
3000 up to 15,000, Clipper 514. So we had kind of busted our altitude by 100 feet by the time I checked in. I kind of rolled the dice that he was going to clear us higher. If he hadn't, obviously I would have had to grab the plane and stop it from climbing. Because we just checked in right as we passed that cleared altitude. But it's okay. It worked out all right. Silly me, I got yammered on about silly things like my engines. You know, that's not important. Yeah, no, you didn't. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, you heard nothing. You can't prove it. 40. There we go. 40, 24. 200 on cylinder head taps, and 165 in the climb. 200, and then up here is also 200 almost. 190 really. But that's kind of a good way you can make sure you got everything set symmetrically. You know, it's hard to see if you got those set exactly on 40, but if you got all these showing exactly 192, then you know you got everything set exactly on, producing the exact same amount of power. So that's good. Since we're through 10,000, we'll do two things. Number one, we'll go ahead and just ring the cabin, let them know that we're through 10, and then let's hop over here and make sure our pressurization's working okay. Yeah, we're just starting to see the cabin altitude climb. It is climbing at a normal rate. 500-600 feet per minute is normal. The differential pressure comes up, and then the cabin starts to climb, and then the differential pressure kind of holds steady. That's a little bit different in this aircraft than in a modern aircraft, which kind of does that climbing from the moment you lift off, and it kind of keeps a steady climb all the way up as you get to cruise. But here, it doesn't even start really pressurizing until you start passing up through 10. But we've done that now. We're going to 15. The cabin altitude should end up sitting about 4,200. It's making its way up there, but the differential pressure is still good, and the cabin is climbing at a perceived cabin altitude based on the air density is what that really is measuring. But the perceived cabin altitude is climbing at a reasonable rate, and 1,400 feet perceived altitude. So all working out well, and then let's come back here. As every time I yammer on for that length of time, I'm like, I'm losing manifold pressure. The higher you climb, the less dense the air is. So in order to keep that manifold pressure, you got to keep nudging the throttles forward to get the same amount of air in. So 40, 24, 200, and yeah, we're pretty much keeping 165. Maybe I'll pitch down just a notch here. 12,000 and change climbing, so we're going to 15.
Challenger 35.
Northwest 199.
And aircraft 199, additional traffic at your 1 o'clock, 19 miles, same direction, climbing out of 2,600 for 15,000 is a DC-6.
DC-6, that's us.
Aircraft 199 is below the aircraft.
Please don't run us over, nice Mr. Air France guy. We appreciate you.
Aircraft 199, flight present, heading vectors for climb.
Present heading vectors for climber from 199.
40, 24, 200, and 165. Speed's drifting up a little bit, so we'll just pitch the nose up a notch or two. Navigation plan is working out as expected. Nile to Sluggo, 91 miles to Sluggo now. So we're on the kind of the main leg here. We've passed the principal portion of the departure procedure, and then we're on the kind of this transition route out to Sluggo, and then again Sluggo. From Sluggo, we're pretty much just joining that approach. We do have an ATIS information at St. Martin. I'll tell you real quick. I'll show you. Hold on. Got 1,000 to go. All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
Aircraft 199er, both traffic no factor, direct Lugo.
Direct Lugo, Air France 109.
I'll tell you what. Let's level it off at 15, and then we will talk about the different approaches into St. Martin. By the way, I've completely forgotten. We've also got our channel activity, our slant artwork adventure going on. Our slant artwork adventure. So what we do every stream, we take a one-sentence description, we throw it into ChatGPT, we have a generated image that kind of represents what we're doing that day. You guys can then cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the button next to the Alphabets serial icon that allows you to cash in 500 of those points, and then when it's your turn, when I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. Not a paragraph, but a couple words or a sentence to add to or modify that image. We started today with a Pan American DC-6 flying over the Caribbean. So you guys can ponder that for a moment and let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. And we can do it serious, we can do silly. Most of them end up being silly. I don't mind that, that's fun. I kind of like them silly. But really, we'll take it in whatever direction. Anybody that cashes in the 500 Twitch channel points, you get to decide when it's your turn. You get to decide what direction we take it. Alright, so we're leveling off at 15,000. I'm just rotating the pitch wheel. We're just trying just get it nice and stabilized here. I do need to go ahead and bring it down to cruise power, which means we're going to bring it down to 34 on the manifold, and then 2,200 RPMs. We're going to close up the cowl flaps. And then we're going to switch from auto rich to auto lean. And if I got everything perfectly nailed dead center, these should all land on 150. But if they don't, we can just kind of fine tune just a tiny little bit and make sure that we're putting out symmetrical power. 150 across the board, okay. Alright, so 34, 22, 200, 150 on the BMEP, and stable at 15,000. Looks like we've got it nice and dialed in. Look at that. I don't even have the altitude hold on, but it looks like we've got it perfectly stable at 15. So when we turn on the altitude hold, we shouldn't see any fluctuation. It should just kind of grab it right where it is. We'll see. Yeah, did a nice job. If you don't have it nice and stable first, then when you turn on the autopilot hold, it typically kind of takes it into a sudden adjustment in pitch, and then you end up, like 100 feet high or 100 feet low based on where you intended to be. But if you wait and you use the dial and you get it nice and stable, nice and settled into its cruise power, nice and settled into its cruise airspeed, and then you flip that switch, normally it works out pretty well.
San Juan Center, match it. 5x5.
All right. Let's come back to this, because we do have a number of different approaches. The RNAV just takes any of these transition points and just RNAVs you to the initial approach fix. The VOR X-ray is if you don't have that ability, well, then you just come into this VOR, and then you perform the hold reversal, the course reversal via the hold, and then you fly this 308 outbound, you do this arc, and then you end up, you know, a nice left turn, and then you come in straight in. The VOR Zulu, actually the VOR Yankee, kind of the same thing. What's the difference, actually?
That area now, so you can contact San Juan approach 119.4 deck.
So there's, yeah, so there's the 288 outbound.
Perfect. Going to San Juan approach over to 119.4, November 650 X-ray. See ya.
Yep. Sounds on a good day. JetBlue 27.
Yeah, and you can only do this eastbound. Can't circle.
JetBlue 2761 San Juan, San hello.
So the VOR X-ray is a 308 and a nice wide turn on the final. The VOR Yankee is a 288 and then a tighter turn on the final. Missed approach is the same. I'm just trying to see what the performance. Yeah, there's no notes about performance. Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah. It is. Because this is the category C and D version. And this is the category A and B version. 3001, Clipper 514. So yeah, so if you're a slower aircraft, you can do the tighter turn. If you're a faster aircraft, you do the wider turn. If you're one of these guys, you do the DME arc. And then if you're RNAV capable, then you kind of do essentially the DME arc without having to do the DME arc, if you will. All right, so if you're going to do the DME arc from one of these, you just take that to a 10-mile, and then you turn in, and there you are. So any of these might be fun. We'll see if they are. We'll see if they're advertising a specific one. We got the raid there coming in. Who is that hit us with the raid? Scotty Too Hottie hitting us with the raid. Scotty, how are you? Thanks for the continued support of the channel. We appreciate that. We got the follow there from Keys Sim Corner. Thank you so kindly. Appreciate you joining us. Typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Going to be a bit off schedule this week. We're on Monday, Thursday this week, Tuesday, Friday next week. Back onto our normal rotation after that. The full show schedule is under the About tab. You can also find it over on our Discord server. But, yeah, Mustix is here, and Blickman is here, Monster SD is here.
Descend to cross Luba and maintain flight level 110. On your way down, give me your best forward speed. You can plan to be number 1.
Alright, we'll give you the best forward speed, cross Luba 1000.
Tyragoth and Kev Sim Corner saying hi in the chat as well. And Stenley says, I would never be able to follow a DME arc. Oh, they're fun. They are so much fun. Really all you have to do is you get it tuned, and you have this gauge here. That makes it so easy because all you have to do is just keep it pointed off exactly at your 3 o'clock or exactly at your 9 o'clock. It's not really that bad. So they're going to get that Air France guy in ahead of us, is what it sounds like. We got the resub there from Scotty. 59 months.
For a bit, but we'll be lurking.
59 months. Almost 5 years, Scotty. That's crazy. I've been, as of 3 days from now, I've been streaming for 7.5 years. Can you believe that?
Clipper 514 traffic, 12 o'clock, 6 miles, same direction, flight level 210. We start hit descent here shortly to flight level 110. He'll be ahead of you. It should not be a factor, but just letting you know.
Nope. Yeah, he's a bit too high for us to see it, but we'll keep an eye out for him. Clipper 514. Yeah, he's going to be kind of floating down from ahead of us. Anyway, let's take a peek at that ATIS information. And by the way, again, let's remind everybody real quick about our Slant Artwork Adventure. So if you haven't been, is it really that simple? It's not really that. It's not really too much more complicated. Stanley, the hardest part is figuring out when to break off of that thing, and how to figure out when you're on one of these reference radios to turn in. Otherwise, you just otherwise you just keep going around and around. You're like, oh wait a minute, when do I get off this merry-go-round? But as far as navigating the arc itself, yeah, it really kind of is that simple.
You are clear direct Avaki, maintain flight level 110.
Capture Slugo, clear to Avaki, 110, Prince 198.
Anyway, all right. First of all, the Slant Artwork Adventure. So we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. We fed a line into ChatGPT that just said just draw a DC-6, Pan Am DC-6 over the Caribbean islands. So it gave us that fairly straightforward answer there, fairly straightforward image. If you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel, click on the button next to that alphabet serial icon, give you the option to cash in 500 of those, then you can tell me what you would like to either add to or modify about this image. Okay, that's how you get in on that. That's our Slant Artwork Adventure, and if nobody puts one in, I've got an idea to how to modify that image here in just a moment. But while we're waiting on that, let's see. Let's pull up a ATIS information for Juliana. Delta, transition level 6.5, so 6,500. They're landing runway 10. RNAV or visual, that's fine. 050 at 4, so a very light left to right crosswind. 30.0 is the altimeter. And yeah, nothing else that's really pertinent to us. So Delta, slight right to left, slight left to right rather, slight wind blowing to the right. But it's a 4-knot quartering crosswind, so it's not going to be that significant. Temps 25, which is in the high 70s. Light winds. What do we say about the cloud cover? Few clouds at 2,200. So partly cloudy skies, high 70s, light winds.
Clipper 514, pilot discretion, cross Lugo at the maintain flight level 110.
All right, pilot's discretion and Slugo down at 110. Clipper 514. I was about to say 11000, but it's 110.
It says 110, not 11000. You got it.
You caught me. I just said the very same thing. All right, so we're at 15. We're going to 11, so that's 4,000 to lose. This aircraft likes to do about 5 miles per 1,000. So when we get down to 20 miles prior to Slugo, and I keep wanting to say Sluggo, but I'll say it the way he says it, Slugo. 20 miles prior to Slugo, we'll go ahead and start that descent. It's the hardest part of controlling in this area, right? I know. Listen to all the dumb Americans messing up, right? Anyway, so yeah, RNAV or visual. So yeah, it does seem like the RNAV. So the VOR would be fun, but RNAV would be a little bit more straightforward. So after Slugo, I imagine, I think he gave the last guy direct Avaki. Yeah, we could also go Atmat and then Avaki, but I think he gave the last guy Avaki. From Slugo, it doesn't matter. We're on enough of an angle that he can give me direct Avaki without any issue, so I assume that's what he's going to do. So back from these to the northeast, he would have to give me Atmat and then Avaki, because there's a maximum of 90 degrees on the turn they can give you. So these guys have to go to the feeder fixes. The guys coming in from this angle just go straight to Avaki. So San Juan, San Juan's transition level is 180, but then over this airspace it's different. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be confusing. Here we go. Transition levels, flight level 6.5. That's it's on the chart, and I think it was also in the ATIS information, if I recall. Yeah, transition 6.5. Yeah, so we're flight levels all the way down to 7070, and then as we pass through 65, it becomes 6,500 again. Alright, let's get a quick modification into the image. And we got 6 more miles before we need to start down. Did I ever get the seatbelt signs off? I think I did. No, I didn't. We're about to turn them back on and start our descent. Okay, hang on. So I gotta go fetch another image here.
Aircraft 1999 to descend altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 1016.
3,000, Prince 19.
Okay, we got the modification of the image working. I'll show you it when we get the result of that. But if we are coming up on 20 miles, yeah, we want to go ahead and start down. So let's come down here. I'm going to turn off the altitude hold. We're going to go to a first stage descent power 26 and 21, which you ordinarily in this aircraft you would just let it ride at its current power. But then you pick up a lot of airspeed that way. And I think for the benefit of the controllers, it's easier if we go to a first stage power reduction. So 26 and 21. And then
Number 514 information destination aircraft for Juliana. I'm going to expect RNF approach runway 10.
Roger, we got Delta on board, and we'll expect RNF 10, clip 514.
Clipper 514, after Slugo, clear direct Avaki, maintain flight level 110, speed at your discretion.
Alright, speeds at our discretion, Slugo, and then Avaki, clipper 514. Alright, so we got the power backed off to our first stage descent power of 100. I am going to extra close the cowl flaps. There's an extra notch there that kind of helps keep some of that heat trapped in. You don't want that power reduction. It has the tendency to cool your engines, and you don't want the engines to radically change temperature, because that is how they get damaged. These giant radials are so powerful, and yet oddly they're also so fragile. Alright, so 1000 or 110 after Slugo. And then it is indeed direct Avaki after that, which is already what we've got programmed in.
1999 descend altitude 2600, clear RNF approach runway 10 via Avaki.
2600, clear RNF 510 from Avaki, Air France 199. Air France 199, maintain normal speed, reduce 320.
Well, man, speed at your discretion, that's approved, 5 speed below 10,000 then.
Air France 199.
Oh, come on, take it into 320. 320, maintain 3.
One, so don't worry.
Maintain 320 until 5 mile final. Well, alright, give him a couple extra miles. 8 mile final. Alright, we're gonna keep the BMEPs back down to about 90 here. Whoops. Oh, it's yelling at me because I got the throttles really low. But what that really means is I need to go ahead and switch back into the higher superchargers, or lower superchargers. So let's go ahead and kick those down, and then I can scooch those throttles back up to about 90, and then it won't yell at me. See, we're doing the exact same power, but the gear alarm is triggered to the throttle position. So if you have the throttles too low because you're still in the high blowers, but you have the throttle levers cranked all the way down, it triggers that warning. Alright, coming up on 11,000, so let's level it here. And that'll be good because that'll allow us to lose a little speed. So I'm going to roll the pitch knob up. Oh, and we hit it right at the turn, too. Perfect. So that descent profile worked out perfectly. We crossed Slugo right as we were arriving at 11,000.
Clipper 514, very good descent job, and descend up to 3,000 feet, QNH 1016.
1016 down to 3,000, Clipper 514.
Yep, we can go down to 3,000.
A-firm 3,000, Clipper 514. I think that's what I said. Okay, so we'll keep... Whoops. Just accidentally changed rudder trim there. Keep the power back down to about 90. Seatbelt signs coming back on.
Air France 199er, wind 040 degrees, 5 knots, QNH 1016, runway 10, clear line.
Okay, doing good.
Clear line 10, France 109.
So we added me drinking a pina colada. So again, if you want to get in on that, cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, and then let me know what you would like to add to or modify in that image. Keep the power back down to 90. What's our distance to Avaki? 22, so that means we think we're going to lose another 4,000. Yeah, I think we might need a vector for the descent here. Vector for the descent, or maybe we'll get enter the hold there. We'll see what he wants to do. Center Clipper 514, just FYI, we're probably going to need a few more miles for our descent down to 3,000.
And Clipper 514, Roger. Let me know if you need vectors for descent. Just to letting you know, once I clear you for the approach, you can cross Avaki at or above 2,600. That doesn't mean that you have to pass Avaki at 2,600. But if you need vectors for descent, let me know.
Yeah, I think we will. I think we're looking at probably getting down to 6,000 by there, so we're going to need some additional miles.
Roger, the Clipper 514, Roger. Turn right turn heading 180 degrees, vectors for descent.
All right, 180 for the descent. Clipper 514, thanks. Okay.
Aircraft line 999, welcome to Juliana, backtrack about runway 10, vacate via Echo, parking your choice.
Alright, vacate via Echo and parking your FedEx, or not FedEx, sorry, France 199.
Okay, so there's a turn to 180. Keep the power back down to 190 rather. We can go ahead and switch up to auto rich here, but that means we're going to have to bring the power down again.
Clipper 514, turn 10 degrees to the right. Give me a 190 now.
190, Clipper 514. Is this a VATSIM event? No, just random ATC coverage. There's hardly any traffic here. Alright, I'm going to start bringing the power down to 80. 80 is what we're going to target as our power for the approach. I'm just going to go ahead and start getting it down there now.
JetBlue 2761, pilot discretion, descend to cross blue, water maintain flight level 110.
Just landed, sorry, just landed across blue, go 110, my discretion, JetBlue 2761.
Okay, so we're going to keep the power down at 80 as we descend now. Alright, V approach 133, V ref 103.
Continue descend up to 2,600.
Down to 2,600, Clipper 514. Blown slightly off course, get it back over to the 190. And we're picking up a lot of speed, so let's just pitch up just a touch and keep that power back down to 80. Yeah, now it's worried about gear.
Clipper 514, give me a right turn heading 105.
Right to 105, Clipper 514.
And it will be a right turn.
A-firm, right turn 105, Clipper 514. Alright, we'll continue the descent down to 2,600. Keep the turn coming around to a 105. Keep the power back down as much as it'll let us without yelling at us.
Clipper 514, when able direct Avaki.
Direct Avaki, Clipper 514. Alright, let's go flight plan, cursor, Avaki, direct, enter, enter, and out of flight plan. Yep, 105 is exactly what we need for that, so we'll just continue that turn right around to what he told us. Roll out of the turn. It's about 83 is as low as it'll let us go. Avaki, and what's the mileage? 8.3. Okay, we're not doing too bad. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. This is gonna seem counterintuitive, but I'm gonna shallow the descent. Because what that's going to do is allow us to get drag out. And once we get drag out, then we can start really slowing down. Okay, so 175. Okay, first knot to flaps. Yeah, now I'm going to get the power down to 70.
RNAV approach runway 10 via Avaki.
I cliff the RNAV, runway 10 approach via Avaki, Clipper 514. That second knot for flaps gear. Now you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. For that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. Next one is going to be drawn on January the 1st, New Year's Day, then toward the end of the month thereafter. I want to make it my airplane. Heaven help us, my airplane, friends. So we're going to keep the BMEP right about 75 across the board. We're now into the white arc. We can use flaps as much as we want. Two miles prior to Avaki. Avaki we can be at 2600. And then Lessor we can be at 1700. Let's go ahead and get landing lights out and extended. Okay, we're doing good. So our V approach 131, we're looking pretty good for that right now. $75 across the board. Avaki 2600, perfect. Power's at 80, perfect. A little bit of a left turn to join the approach. Now we can go down to 1700. Speed's fine where it is. $1,700 until Lessor. Okay, a little bit right of center line. We're going to go ahead and correct that.
Clipper 514, wind 040 degrees, 5 knots, United 1016, runway 10 circle land.
Clear to land runway 10, Clipper 514. Let's not go below 1700 until we pass Lessor. I pulled a little bit of the drag back in because the speed was nice and low.
Finger looking good.
Let's make sure we got perfectly symmetrical power. 80 across the board. We got good fixings in here. Keep those predictions coming, guys. Oh. Yeah, we're overcorrected the center line now. Overcorrected the center line and 200 feet low. Yeah, so I gotta add some power back in. Really not supposed to do too many power adjustments here, but below the profile. I don't want to fall out of the sky just yet. Yeah, I know, right? Now we can start bringing the power back down, but we're going to do it this time by bringing the prop speed up. $2,500. Alright, now we can get the power back down where we need it, about 80. And then let's stop messing with it, because the more we mess with it, the more we add torque issues, and I'm having trouble keeping alignment because of it. Alright, now we can get the rest of our drag in, get our speed back under control, finish this descent. Yeah, I'm coming in very high. Get it down. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. Alright, there we go. Now we're back on profile. Yeah, every time I make a power adjustment, it's throwing off our center line alignment. So that was one of the sloppier approaches I've done in the DC-6, to be quite honest with you.
Clipper 514, welcome to Juliana, backtrack runway 10, you can vacate via Echo, parking your choice.
Alright, we'll vacate Echo and our choice, Clipper 514. If we can... Alright, we'll come up to the turnaround pad here.
Yep, the 2661 Echo is now current for Juliana. You can expect RNAV approach runway 10.
Echo RNAV 10, JetBlue 2761.
Blue 2761, after Lugo, you can proceed direct Havana, maintain for level 110.
After Blue Jack Kavaki 110, JetBlue at 27621.
No station, substation, sounds going to be closing operation in 5 minutes. This aircraft are close to Juliana area. Just be advised, Juliana approach is probably going to be online here shortly.
So after the fire station, we'll make the next right, and that'll be Echo. Yeah, that was a little narrow for us. Cow flaps open. Slower we go, the more we need air on those engines to keep them cool. Alright, let's start the cleanup. We can get the flaps stowed. Get the landing lights off and retracted. We can get the pitot heat off. Strobes off. What else? Did I miss anything on the taxi-in checklist? And we'll just take this rightmost gate. Yeah, so I was really trying to set and forget the power. Like I always lecture this. You know, you really want to set and forget the power. You don't want to be messing with the power up, power down. That's not the way these aircraft like to be handled. But I really got to, you know, we were good. We got down to 2600 right there at the initial fix, but then we were supposed to keep 1700 for the next one. Then I just had too steep a descent going, and in the configuration I was. You know, maybe I should have brought the gear back in. Maybe the gear was too much drag. Maybe that would have helped us not fall out of the sky. But all of a sudden, I felt like I needed a ton of power to keep the plane from dropping. So I don't know. I don't know. And then at that point, like I said, the more you go up and down with the power, the more you're going to go left and right with the lateral adherence, because those big radials, they kick in a lot of torque, and then you got to counteract that too. So it was kind of a mess. It was one of the sloppier approaches I've done in the DC-6. So flaps stowed, strobes off, nav lights on, landing lights off and retracted, cow flats open, and pitot heat off. So we did all that. Let's go ahead and get the throttles down. Let's get the mixes into cutoff. Fuel selectors off. Go ahead and get the props back to full. Mags and generators can come off. Wheel well lights can come on. Might need to do a little bit of a gear inspection. Yeah, it wasn't really that bad. Entrance lights.
2661, correct. Avaki, descent altitude.
And beacon light can come off.
2600, clear, RNF approach runway 10.
Okay, beacon light off on the yoke. Engine instruments and inverters can come off as well.
And clear the RNAV 10, descend 2600 via Avaki, JetBlue 27.
Down the bottom, let's go ahead and get our transponder off.
Final approach course. Landing will be at your discretion. I'll be closing operation now.
2000 and transponder off. We can get the DME off, ADF off,
Yeah, have a good night. JetBlue 27621.
Garmin off, and
I'll Station 7 is closed at operation time now.
So we're still hearing the radio even though it's off. This is a little bit of a V-Pilot and SIM Connect glitch. Avionics are still powered, so we're still hearing the radios even though the comms is technically powered down.
Juliana area, just be advised, probably Juliana approach will be come out here shortly, so just to be advised on that. Have a good night, guys.
All right, so we got all that turned off. We can get the control lock on. And then let's come over here and we'll get our ground power connected, wheel trocks connected. Let's get exits open, cargo hold open. We'll wait a moment for that to happen. And then we'll go ahead and get some stairs connected. All right, then up top, one last thing. We'll switch over to ground power so we're not draining our battery here. All right, so I think we got all that done. Yep, all the doors are open and such. All right, let's do two things. Let's first of all check my predictions, which would be the flight time and fuel estimates. And then we'll check on your prediction in terms of the landing stats, the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch. So I know we got off about 5 minutes late, but we did get down pretty much on time at 8:50, so that's looking good. Let's see how we compared to 9,407 pounds left in the tank. Let's go to fuel load manager. 95.83. Okay, so that's very, very close. 95.83. 176 extra pounds. That's not bad at all. So timing and fuel worked out great. Let's see how the landing stats did. Like I said, thanks for flying in, says VATSIM Pilot ATC. Yeah, well, thanks for being on. We appreciate the service. Hope to talk to you again. So by the time I set it down, it came down at 184 and registered bounce. A little bit of more of a skim and skip than a true bounce, but 184 was the number that registered. 165 from Bed Dave, 123, 179, 173, 186 from Tim Dog is only 2 away. Wow, you guys were all in the ballpark. Sagan Jim had it 5 away, and then Tim Dog came in with a 2 away. 110 and 205 were the other guesses. Yep, so that's going to be you, Tim. Tim Dog, TNCM. What's today? 12/29. Almost New Year's. Almost 2026. All right, well, where did 2025 go? I swear I left it in my other pants. No idea. I knew I had it. I knew I had it here somewhere just a second ago. All right, our slant artwork adventure. We haven't seen a whole lot of activity on this one today, but there it is, our Pan American DC-6 flying over the Caribbean islands. And then if you would like to modify the image, you can let me know what you would like to add to or modify in this image. Just put in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you get the button next to the alphabet serial icon that allows you to cash in 500 of those points, and then you can add whatever you'd like. I mean, up to a few words or a sentence. Give me something you'd like to add to this image or modify about this image. For example, you'd add me dangling out the window drinking a pina colada. So that's our image as it stands now. If there's something you would like to do to add to or modify that image, go ahead and cash in those channel points, and then you can let me know what you'd like to do to it. Take it as silly as you like. All right, let me get leg number 2 filed on the network. Our center controller said that's likely that a Juliana approach controller is going to be coming on soon. So if I take a break out of the cockpit and they come on while I'm gone, I do want them to have a flight plan in the system for our second leg so that they can kind of look at that and start working on a reroute if needed or whatever else they might need to do. to prepare for us to do that flight. We are still going to be Clipper 514. We are IFR. We're a DC-6. 8 categories medium. SBDFGRY with an L. Departure is TNCM. Off block. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, it modified slightly. Off block, we're going to say the bottom of the hour. So 0230, we're going to cruise at 17,000. Airspeed is going to be 240. Arrival is Martinique. I have been to Martinique, not in the real world. I've been to Martinique in the sim back before I was a VATSIM member. I was a part of a community called Flight Gear. It's an open source flight simulator. You can actually, there is a pilot client that allows you to fly Flight Gear on VATSIM. I discovered VATSIM, and then at that time I was like, okay, well, Flight Gear is neat, but there's a lot of it that's because it's open source and it's kind of a free contribution. There was a lot of airports that really didn't have any kind of useful scenery to them. They were just open, blank taxiways and aprons, but no buildings on them. It's come a long way since then, but this was going back to like 2010. 2007 to 2010 was when I was active in that community. I built a lot of custom models for some of the airports in the Mid-Atlantic region. But anyway, I have been to Martinique in Flight Gear. And a matter of fact, we put on a virtual air show at Martinique in Flight Gear. That was ages ago. That was, well, what's it, 2026 now? That's probably 17 years ago I did that. Holy cow. Oh my God. Jesus. Anyway, talk about where did the time go. Good gracious, Tim. Alternate here would be Grantley Adams. En route time 0121 and 421 left in the tanks. Let's show you the route details. We go with that, and then if they need to change that, they can. B2, C2, D2, and S2 are our navigation capabilities. Performance is a bravo. Twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. There we are. Okay, so we'll get that filed. If an approach controller comes on, they will be able to assist us with that. And then let us, I'm going to do one thing before I take my liquid recycling break. I'm just going to blank out the flight in the tablet here, the virtual tablet, the Navigraph Charts desktop charts app. Let's go ahead and punch in our new flight. We're going to start from TNCM. We're going to go to Martinique. We're going to put in the route. Whoops. I copied direct. I meant to paste there, not copy it. Done. Okay, so that's what the route looks like. And let's go ahead and get some charts in front of us for that. We've got the airport diagram at Juliana. We do not. Do we have a SID? Yeah, we got the Motor 2. Let's get that up and running. Let's go back to our flight and to the charts at our arrival, Martinique. Do we have star? Yeah, we got the arrivals chart here. It is going to be this Douglas Charles 8 Foxtrot. Okay, so it's going to be that DOM 8 Foxtrot. So we'll go ahead and pin that. The taxi diagram, we can go ahead and get the airport up and running. 10 and 28. Most often it seems that they land eastbound at these airports. So let's just kind of take a peek and say, well, I'll tell you what, before I say all that, let's not make a liar out of myself. What would a METAR observation B there right now. 0706. So again, wind out of the east, so that just seems to be the normal way down here. ILS or Loc Zulu runway 10. ILS or Loc Yankee runway 10, both conventionally navigable. R&P, oh, then all with a separate page for the minimums, nice. And then a VOR approach to runway 10. So they do have approaches to runway 28, but it seems like runway 10 is the kind of the preferred. So if we were going to do an ILS Zulu or ILS Yankee, so the ILS Yankee just has the conventional navigation, right? You go to Martinique, VOR, you come out here, you do the procedure turn, you come back in. The ILS Zulu kind of seems like it's designed if you are RNAV capable, and then you're going to do a conventional approach, because it does have kind of these RNAV feeder fixes to them as well, plus RNAV missed approach procedure. So this looks like what we will probably end up flying, the ILS Zulu for RNAV capable aircraft. And so that's what we will plan on. Again, any of that can change if we've got air traffic control on that's going to tell us something different than, you know, what we've kind of assumed. This is our best guess. But yeah, anything can change. We'll take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling, a little liquid out, liquid in, and then we'll be back with you for leg number 2. All right, friends. So yeah, sit tight. We're going to watch. I guess there's a little bit of traffic coming in and out of Princess Juliana, so we'll set you up in a nice spot where you can enjoy the view here. Maybe we'll set you up. I'll tell you what, here's what we do. We'll set you for a nice view of the airport from the Sunset Beach Club. Wife and I have been here. And man, this was, you know what, if you're an aviation fanatic and you ever get a chance to go on a Caribbean cruise or do a vacation to St. Martin, I'll tell you what, dude, this Sunset Beach Club is every bit the experience that you think it might be based on the videos that you've seen. 100%, it lives up to exactly the hype. You know exactly what it's going to be. As an aviation nerd, you know exactly what this is going to look and feel like. First of all, it's middle of the afternoon, party time. Drinks are flowing. Bikini-clad girls are dancing. Music's just bumping. And, yeah, and all of us are sitting on the shaded deck out here watching planes land. So yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it looks like. This is a beautiful rendition of it, in fact. But we'll leave you with that. We'll be right back as we get a little liquid recycling going here in the Slant Alpha household. We got our trip from here on down to Martinique for leg number 2. And we'll get to it in just a moment. Sit tight, friends. Alright, we're back with you. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for joining us for another one of our Slant Alpha adventures as we are here in St. Martin. We're doing Pan Am ops, but not really Pan Am ops. Like Pan Am-esque ops, right? We've left from San Juan, Puerto Rico, which of course was a huge Pan Am hub back in the day. Doing a little run down to St. Martin and then down to Martinique, which was not really on the Pan Am route, but certainly this whole region was served by Pan Am. So we're kind of taking some liberties as we often do. Just, again, it's a fun plane. We're going to some fun destinations, and I'll just loosely bend history around what we really want to do. So, say again, Jim says, I thought the landing at St. Martin was fine, didn't seem low over the beach. Well, no, because once I realized I was low, I added a ton of power, which, again, you're really supposed to set and forget the power, but I added a ton of power. I almost wound up overcompensating, and we wound up kind of high coming in versus low. So I was very much chasing both the vertical and the lateral profile, and landed way left of center line. So it was sloppy. It wasn't terrible. From a sim standpoint, it was terrible. It would have been terrible in the real world, but from a sim standpoint, it wasn't terrible. But no, certainly not my shining example of this is how it's done. But I appreciate the kind words, Jim. And I don't want you guys to get. I don't want you to be concerned that I'm down on myself about my performance, right? Overall, I enjoy what I do. I have fun. Sometimes they work out great. Sometimes they don't work out. And, there's always an opportunity to practice. There's always an opportunity to figure out what went well, what didn't go well, and strive to improve for next time, right? So that's all this really is. Yes, I'm hard on myself, but it's because I'm a perfectionist. And as a pilot, with your own life and the lives of others in your hands, you should be a perfectionist, right? If something didn't go perfect, you should be honest about that. It's like they say, if you've ever seen any of the documentaries about the Blue Angels, they do their practice, they do their performance, they get in a room together, they talk about all of the little imperfections that occurred during the performance and what they strive to do better next time. And they, more so than me, are intense perfectionists about their aviation craft. The whole point is, though, they have their lives and each other's lives in their hands, and at the end of the day, they want to be perfect. They're as close to as they can get. But no matter how hard they are. Wow, I'm really butchering the narration here. Work on that for next time. No matter how hard they are on themselves, at the end of the day, what do they say? But I'm still glad to be here. And that's the way I feel about this stream, and that's the way I feel about you guys. So, yeah, again, I'm going to be critical, but critical in a positive way. What can we learn from this? What can we do better next time? That's all it is. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm having a good time. Happy that y'all are here. Glad to be here. Speaking of glad to be here, well, we got our slant artwork adventure, right? Again, we take a one-sentence description, we feed it into ChatGPT, and we say, this is going to be representative of our live stream tonight, but as the stream goes on, you guys can volunteer to put in 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabets points, to get yourself in the queue, and then when I call your name, it's like you can decide what to add to this image or modify about this image to make it more representative of the stream. And you can add to it or modify whatever you'd like within reasonable limits. Again, a few words or a sentence, not a paragraph. But we haven't really had too much participation in this tonight, but I've come up with a couple suggestions. I took this is our generic image, our starting point, DC-6 flying over the Caribbean. I then added myself as the captain dangling out of the window, holding a pina colada, wearing a Hawaiian shirt. I then decided, instead of being in the plane, I should probably be at the Sunset Beach Club partying while a DC-6 lands. So that's our new stream image. And you can decide you want to cash in 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then that puts you in the queue, and you can let me know what you would like to modify about this image or add to this image. Everybody have their clothes on? I got to make sure. I don't think ChatGPT would make this R-rated. but I'm just double checking. Say again, Jim wants to get in on that. All right, Jim. An Eastern Airline classic turboprop in formation. All right, we'll see how it does with that. All right, we'll see how it does, Jim. We got that chewing. And we'll see what happens. All right, while we're waiting on that, we got a plane to fly. Let's get in it. There we are. Oh, by the way, I guess I was so keen to show you the Sunset Beach Club, I did not show you the aircraft. But there we are, parked at the terminal at St. Martin. Princess Juliana Airport. Very, very well-known airport among us sim enthusiasts. Alright, it does, though our center controller who had to hop off did say he thought an approach controller might be coming on later this evening, but so far it does not appear as though they are here. It looks like we'll be on our own in terms of air traffic control. So let's figure out, we were on the approach, or no, we were on the center frequency moments ago. Let's see, what's the common traffic advisory frequency for TNCM? 118.7, so that is where we will switch our radio over to when we get back into our flow list. Oh, it didn't do too bad with that. It's a little low. Oh, no, it did. It messed it up. It messed it up. It put a second plane, but they're both saying Pan Am. I think it got the logo kind of correct, but it still has it labeled as Pan American. So it didn't quite get that one spot on. We'll maybe see if we can fix it, Jim. If we get up and running and we get up to cruise and we got nothing else going on, I'll see if I can get it to fix it. But for right now, that's where it stands. All right. Anyway, let's rock and roll. Back into the flow list. Back up to the top of the board here. All right, boarding and payload. Let's see. We got the all the doors open, right? Ramp manager. Yeah. So everybody's off of the plane, on the plane. I figure kind of the second passenger load would just be similar to the first passenger load, so the numbers are going to end up kind of the same in terms of we have 50 out of 68 seats, and I always guesstimate in terms of the baggage. About 60 pounds per person. So 6 times 5 is 30 plus the 2 zeros, so that gives you the 3,000 there. So we got the plane boarding, loading, not necessarily loaded, but loading at this time. And fuel load was 9,583, which was left over after leg number 1, so that's what we'll take into leg number 2. Power up is already done. Our gross weight now for leg number 2 is 83,091. So 83,091. I've got some numbers that in my spreadsheet will run in terms of the V speeds associated with that. Let's go ahead and see if anything has changed in terms of the METAR observation at TNCM. 060 at 4. 1016 is the QNH. So what is that in terms of inches of mercury? So 1013 is standard, so it's 3 clicks above that, and it's about 3 to 1. So it would be 9 clicks above standard on the altimeter side. So 2992 plus 9 clicks is 2999. So 1016, I'm going to say it's pretty close to 2999. Maybe we'll just call it 30 even for good measure. Let's see if we can do this. 1016 millibars in INHG. And let's see what it comes up with there. Yeah, 30.0. So I was pretty close. So again, kind of a 3-to-1, and then maybe one extra for good measure. So we'll go ahead and set 30.0. Plus, I vaguely remember him telling us it was 30.0 coming in. Yeah, so that's what we indeed already have it set to. So we're good there. So yeah, we're gross weight recorded. ATIS or METAR is obtained. 4337 is the squawk code that seems to be assigned to us according to VATSIM radar. Departing on runway 10. Frequency is going to be 122.8 for our en route. Initial is 4,000. That is per the departure. When I say that, the standard instrument departure, the Motor 2, initial climb down to Zapata. Direct motor, cross motor at or above 4,000 if unable to advise ATC. So this doesn't really say that that's a top altitude that you have to level off at. But we'll go with that. That's the lowest altitude that it could possibly be before we climb any higher. So we'll just go with 4,000 for now. But if there's no ATC on at the time we depart, we're just going to kind of rock and roll on up to our cruise of 17,000. Altimeters are set. We've verified field elevation is pretty much next to nothing, so that's good. Let's go ahead and get our route punched into the Garmin unit, which means we need to power it on, of course. And that also means we got to go into our flight plan and menu, and let's just delete out the flight plan from route number 1. Yes. So we'll push for the cursor and let it know where we're starting from. Enter. And the Motor 2 to Zapata. So we'll go to Procedure. Select Departure. Enter. It is the Motor 2. Enter. Off of runway 10. Enter. To Zapata. Enter. And we will load it. Enter. Alright, down here. So after Zapata, are we going back to the airport? Nope. So we can clear that. And, yeah, we want to go ahead and enter that to delete that. All right, so after Zapata, what's after that? After Zapata, we said A517 all the way down to PPR. Now, I'm not going to enter every single point. However, SKB, I'm gonna end up entering all these, aren't I? SKB, I'm gonna enter because there's a turn there, so we do have to enter that SKB as our next point. VOR, St. Kitts and Nevis, yep. Is it the VOR or the NDB? I guess it's the VOR. Enter. Weird that they both have the same name. After SKB, so I'm not going to put in this point Anasu, not needed. I am going to put in this point Bimbo because it's on a airspace boundary and somebody might need us to report our ETA to it or something like that. Or we'll need to know when we cross it so that we can contact the next controller down the line. At any rate, it doesn't look like there's a turn there, but it does look like, you know, being on a boundary, it seems like it might be useful for us to have a reference to it in our device. Enter. Yep, near Martinique, enter. So after Bimbo, it's then PPR, Guadalupe. Okay, Guadalupe, Martinique. Yep. Enter. After PPR, it is DOM, Douglas Charles. And then after Douglas Charles, it's just going to be our destination airport, but then we will use the destination airport to enter our anticipated star and approach. DOM, Antigua, yep, enter. The VOR, I assume. Enter. Alright, and then TFFF is the destination, and then from there we'll get off the... We'll get the star and the approach. Enter. And then procedure. Let's select first our arrival. Enter. Menu. We want the destination airport. Enter. Arrival is... Yeah, the DOM 8 Foxtrot. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Got on the wrong page somehow. DOM 8 Foxtrot. Enter. And load. And then procedure. Select approach. What do we say? The ILS Zulu. Enter. And from Dedet. Yeah, seems logical. And load. GPS guidance is for monitoring only. Load approach, yes. Basically what it's telling us is, hey, dummy, don't forget you still have to tune the actual ILS when you get there. Yeah, it looks like some of these are a little bit of backtracking here. We're 147, we're 177. All of a sudden, we're going 005 for no nautical miles. So I guess that's the same. Oh, that's the same point. That would be why. We're back on a 180. That's good. And then from FOF, 180 is a 328 and 22 miles back to Dedet. Yeah, so I think we'll probably... Can we delete that point? Yes. So 177, and then we're on a 196 for 43, and then, yeah, okay. And then we're eastbound. Okay, that makes more sense. So let's go back to flight plan, and we don't want to see waypoints. We want to see navigation. So there's our data, but let's up our range so we can kind of see the map there, and then I like to have the data. Alright, I think we're all set on the route entry. Let's go ahead and shut this back off for our startup. And it's 9:30. Yeah, we need to get rocking and rolling. We're supposed to be pushing back now, aren't we? Yeah, we're supposed to be off block now, so we're not too bad. We'll get off block here in just a second. Okay, nav equipment done. Transponder 4337. So we'll come down here and we'll enter that. I think that's the same code we had from our first flight, actually, which is fine. 4, 3, 37. We've got that entered. We don't have the transponder on yet because we're saving battery. And then we're at sea level. Let's see, and we're 83,000 pounds. So we're at sea level, 83,000 pounds. Let's see if we can figure out what our V1 should be here. So between 83 and 85, so I'll just say 84. 98 is our VR, and 103 is our V2. So 84, 98, 103. All right, let's get pushed. Let's come up top. Let's switch over to the battery. Let's get seatbelt signs on. Entry lights can come off. Wheel well lights can come off. Engine instruments go to the normal bus. Let's hop over here and disconnect the stairs. Close cargo hold. And close doors. Switch off ground power. And wheel chocks. All right, we're going to be cruising at 17,000, so let's get that set on our pressurization. So the cabin altitude is going to end up right about 6,000 there. Our ground elevation right there is next to 0, so we'll leave that right where it is. Cowl flaps are already open. Fuel selectors can come back to mains. Again, just a symmetrical fuel configuration here. Throttles can come up to about 10%, right? Maybe right about there. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Pan American Airways Flights 514 service to Martinique. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here within a minute or two and expect to be wheels up at 20 till the hour. If we're about quarter till the hour, then we're going to consider that close enough to on time. En route time, once we get airborne, is going to be 1 hour, 21 minutes. We'll be cruising at 17,000 feet for you today. Weather is very favorable here. We've got just a partly cloudy sky. We might have a bump or two as we climb up through one minor cloud layer. But we expect pretty favorable conditions here, light surface winds. So should have a nice smooth flight for you down to Martinique. And especially once we get up to cruise, we don't expect to have much adverse weather up there or any kind of bumps and bruises. So should be a smooth flight. We're glad that you could join us for it. We thank you again for boarding and riding with us down there on Pan American Airways Flight 514 service to Martinique. Beacon light coming back on. Let's get our pushback set up. Oops, there we are. All right, let's get the tug connected. Give that a second or two. Yeah, it's only us here, so we'll just do a standard call. St. Martin traffic. Pan Am 514. Clipper 514 is pushing back from the eastern gate at the terminal onto the ramp area. St. Martin. All right, parking brake released, hold released, and that's good underway. We're going to start with the inboard side on the right. That's the number 3. We'll get fuel flowing. We'll get motion going.
3, 6,
On the 9 call, we'll get mags and boost.
9,
12 call, we'll get the primer.
12,
And we'll get ready to pull the mix in once the engine starts to fire. There it goes. Mix coming in. Gauges look good so far. As it comes up to about 1,000, we'll adjust to make sure it doesn't go up too high. Mary Arbitrary is here. Hey, Mary, how are you? Okay, I'm going to back the RPMs down just a touch, keep it right there at 1,000. Alright, let's repeat the process on the number 4. So we get the fuel pump off and generator on. We'll get the fuel pump on the number 4, selector on the number 4, and we'll get turning.
3, 6,
On the 9 call, we'll do mags and boost.
5, 12,
12 call, we hit the primer. And then as soon as it catches, we'll get the mix in. Okay, sounds like it's starting. Alright, number 3 is still running a little bit high, so get that back down to 1,000. Number 4 is just getting up to speed. All looking and sounding good so far. Generator on, fuel pump off. Number 2, motion underway.
3, 6,
On the 9 call, we get the mags and boost.
9,
12 call, we get the primer.
12,
Engine catch, we get the mix. There it is. Mix coming in. Pop up top, see what the RPMs are spinning. The number 4 can come up just a touch. 2 is just coming up to speed, so we'll see where that settles in. Meantime, let's get the number 1 up and going. Generator on, fuel pump off, number 1, fuel pump on, selector on, turning.
3,
Startup sequence is going better than last time.
9,
Mags and boost,
12,
prime. And there goes the engine. Put the mix in. Number 2 can come down just a touch. 3 and 4 spinning nicely at 1,000. 2 spinning nicely at 1,000. Number 1's just coming up to speed. Let's hop back up top. Generator can come on. Fuel pump can come off. Let's get the inverters on. And starter selector off. Let's come down here and start powering up the rest of the radios. So there is our transponder. There's our DME. There's our ADF. There's our Garmin. Oh, I didn't have the radio on as I was making those calls on CTAF, and I wasn't even on the right CTAF frequency, was I? 18.7 is where I should have been. But again, I did verify that there was nobody else here, so I got that going for me. But whoopsie, didn't make a proper CTAF call. Alright, well, at least now we're on the correct frequency, but again, VATSIM radar confirms it is just us here, so. Whoopsie. Alright, all 4 engines spinning nicely at 1,000 RPMs now. Bring the 3 and 4 down just a tiny little touch. And all that's done. You're up on Nashville Tower, Mary. Okay. Yeah, we're down in the Caribbean today, so we won't see you. Hope you get a little bit of traffic, though. We can get the control lock off. We can get the control surfaces checked, make sure that they all operate freely and correctly as commanded. Somebody outside the plane will give us a thumbs up. You got steady traffic there? That's good. Hate it when you jump on and there's nothing to do. So the control surfaces are all good. We'll go ahead and get flaps 20 out. We'll take a peek at the trim. Yeah, trim's good, right where it is. And yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. This time on the correct frequency. St. Martin traffic, Clipper 514's DC-6 taxiing from the east end of the terminal out to runway 10 for departure. St. Martin. You got an event in A80 tonight, Mary? I didn't think there were any VATSIM events tonight. That's why I'm here. Or is that coming up this weekend? You got time, don't worry. Well, yeah, 80 hours is like half a week, so. Oh, you know what? That's so funny that now that you say that, like that was on the calendar, but it was on the calendar kind of unusually because it was on more than one day. All right. Pitot heat's coming on. Landing lights are being extended. They are not active yet, but they are being extended. And then we have 4 power settings, all right? We're going to set 30 on the manifold, verify the props up to 22. We're going to set 53 on the manifold, verify the props up to 2800, and that's going to be our takeoff power. Then when we get the gear up, we're going to immediately reduce to 48 and 2600 as we make a right turn out to the south. And then once we get up to 165, get flaps in at 20, 40, and 60. 120, 140, and 160, I should say. So this is an immediate, as soon as practicable, right to direct motor. Alright, well, let's... Never flown out of here on VATSIM, but heard it's quite fun. Yeah, it's just a little bit dicey because you got the mountains, so you're heading straight for. Alright, anyway, so nav lights off, strobe lights on, landing lights on. One does not simply turn right direct motor. Well, in this case, we absolutely do. St. Martin traffic. Clipper 514 to DC-6, departing runway 10, IFR to the south. It'll be our right turn out off of runway 10, St. Martin. Fast, good to see you, man. Now, I caught the reference. Lord o' the Rings. I got you, I got you. I didn't have a snappy comeback prepared, but I did get the reference. Alright, we'll set 30. Verify 2200 on the RPMs. Golden. Set 53. Verify 28. We got it. Airspeed's alive. $84 and 96. There's V1. We're rotating. Pitch to 104. Or 101 rather. Gear coming up. Soon as practicable, right turn. Okay, gear is up, so we'll get the manifold down to 40, 26. Okay, it's try to direct us to Motor. 193 is our desired track. I'm going to overshoot it just to kind of come back to that line a little bit. Maybe to a 210. Alright, we can lower the nose. Start building up some speed, start getting our flaps in. Okay, 120, we can pull one notch in. Okay, make sure we're again at 48, 26. Where's our desired track here? Let's jump up top. Let's go flight plan, push for cursor, direct, enter, enter. Okay, we need to go left to about a 187 now. Okay, there's 140, another notch of flaps coming in. Still lost direct motor. Flight plan. Cursor. Direct. Enter, enter. Flight plan. Okay. We're pointed mostly toward it now. That's good. I am going to get the autopilot. Oh, hold on. Out of tracking mode. Autopilot on and clutched. And back into tracking mode. And then I'll get the nose pitched slightly down. 160, flaps in. Okay, are we tracking direct motor now? Getting there, it's going to steer us to it. Alright, now that we got that last notch of flaps in, we can come down to 40 and 24. And 24, and let's pitch up to make sure we're climbing at 265. When we get to motor, we need to be at least at 4,000, and looks like we're going to be fine there because we are crossing motor now, and we're crossing 4,000 now. So perfect. We did perfect. Alright, nose down now. Make sure we pitch to 165. Okay, after motor. Where's it taking us now? Zapata. Alright, perfect. Alright, so again, 40. We've got to keep up in the throttles up. 40. 2400. 200 on the cylinder head temps. Alright, so we need to... yeah, I never. So yeah, I think I got the pitot heat on, but I didn't change the cals to 4. So we'll close up the cals. We get the cylinder head temps up to 200, which is where they're supposed to be. Man Slam is here. All right, cylinder head temps are coming up to where we want them. So let's get them back open up to 3, 4. Landing lights are off and retracted. Let's go back to working our engines. 40. 24. 200 on the cylinders. And we're pitched to climb at 165. Alright, no ATC on. Probably should have should have made a call that said we're clear. St. Martin traffic. Clipper 511 is clear of runway 10 on the southbound IFR departure. St. Martin. So a little late, but you know we did it. Jake's back with us. Alright, and then we'll show you our slant artwork adventure, and I gotta see if I can make a correction to it here. Hold on. Okay. So I got it chewing on that correction. We'll see how it pans out. Alright, and again, keep working the engines as you climb. You're gonna have to keep bumping the throttles forward to maintain that 40 as the air gets less dense. So again, we'll just, and Fess, I end up repeating this almost like a chant. You just repeat it over and over. 40, 24, 200, 165. Do not watch this stream back and watch my landing in St. Martin. I implore you not to. Alright, so we, by the way, we did not have air traffic control, so we knew that Mortal was 4,000 or above. This departure procedure did not really specify a level off altitude. We knew that Mortal was 4,000 or above, so I kind of assumed, alright, well, ATC might have you level off at 4,000. But at this point, we've cleared ourselves up to our cruising altitude of 17,000. So we no longer need the airport diagram. We're on our way down to Zapata. We've got no further instructions on this chart, so we no longer need that. Once we get to Douglas Charles, we're going to be following this arrival in from the north. So we'll set that aside and refer back to that. Yeah, transition altitude 5,000. So, oh, wait a minute. Sorry, back on the other one, which we're just, let's go back to that. I think it was 6,500 coming in. Transition level was 65. Transition altitude is 5,000. I do believe you're correct about that. Let's go to flights. Let's go to the SID. Motor 2. Yeah, so as soon as you pass 5,000, you're no longer at an altitude. You're at a flight level, which, by the way, means 2992. $29.92. Yep. Alright, let's keep the power slipped a little bit. Keep the engines up at 40. RPMs at 24. Cylinder head temps looking good at 200. Yeah, I lost a little speed because I let the manifold pressure slip, and now that I got it back at 40, coming right back up to 165. I'll pitch a notch down just to make sure we get it. The other reason I'm going to pitch an extra notch down here to build up a tiny little bit of extra speed is because we're going to go ahead and transition from the low supercharger blowers to the high supercharger blowers here in just a moment. Let's do one thing. Let's go ahead and ring the cabin. We're passing through 10,000. And then while we're thinking of that, yeah, the differential pressure has started to get up towards its maximum, so now the cabin altitude is indeed starting to climb at a normal rate of 500 to 600 feet per minute. We know that it will be settling in at 6,000 once we get up to cruise, but for right now, everything appears normal with our pressurization. Alright, in order to keep getting 40, we're going to need to eventually switch from the low supercharger blowers to the high supercharger blowers. Otherwise, you know how you have to keep bumping the throttles forward in order to keep that 40. Well, eventually you run out of room. Your levers are as high as they'll go. So we'll back the levers down. We'll get the high blowers on, so that pressure will come back up to 40. Middle two are on the high blower, so their lower throttle position gets to 40. Outer two are still in the lower blower, so the higher throttle position gets to 40. But now let's go ahead and pull the outer ones back. And then we'll kick them up as well. And there we go. Now we're pretty much right up to 40. 24, 200, and then, yeah, we're still a little fast. So we'll pitch up a little bit to get that extra speed back in terms of climb performance now. So did it fix it? Let me see. Yeah, JG, it didn't quite get that. It didn't quite get that second plane as an Eastern. Whoops. Manifold's back up at 40. I'll try it again. I'll try to word the instruction differently and see if we can get it done. $40, 24, 200, and let's pitch down a little bit so we're keeping that 165 in the climb. Alright, we'll give it a shot there, Jim. Okay, we're looking good now. So 40, 24, 200, pitch for 165. We got 3,000 feet to go. Where are we laterally? From Zapata down to SKB. Okay, so we're officially done with that chart, which I knew we already were. But then we had a question about the transition altitude. So here are Zapata down to SKB, and then we'll be making a slight turn, passing right over St. Kitts. I told a story recently on stream about a excursion I was on, a railway tour that was around this island, that I do not recommend. Now, the story that happened to me probably was a freak thing, but I didn't necessarily recommend the railway excursion either. They have Iron Man. They have a railroad. Yeah, they have a railroad that was kind of around the perimeter, and I got the sense that its purpose was to serve the sugarcane fields there, but they had turned it into a tour line. But it was extremely slow. The trip was a couple of hours, the slowest train you've ever been on in your life. Yeah, Jim, it's just not going to get the second plane correct. Alright, let's keep the manifold pressure up to 40. 24, 200. Yeah, we've lost a little bit of airspeed, so I did pitch the nose down just ever so slightly. Hopefully with the manifold pressure back up to 40, we'll recover those couple knots. Yeah, so I guess I'll tell the story again, especially for those who were not on the stream last time I told it. So my wife and I had booked a cruise. Eastern Caribbean tour. So we're making, it was the very tour I was just mentioning earlier in the stream where we made the stop at St. Martin, had a great afternoon at the Sunset Beach Club, drinking, dancing, watching planes land. The stop, I can't remember if it was a stop after that or the stop before that, was St. Kitts, and the excursion that we booked from the cruise company at St. Kitts was this railroad tour. Like, we got on, small buses or large vans to head over to this railroad tour, and we got on this train. And again, it was it was double decker. The lower car part of the car was enclosed. The upper part was like pavilion seating, so it was open air but covered. And you could choose either one to sit on the bottom or the top. But up top, they had the tour guide was up there narrating, and they had frozen drink cart. They were passing out frozen drinks, and they had some of the locals, some of the local school kids come on and do little, singing and dancing performances and such. And they took you on this perimeter train tour around the island. And like I said, I think it was originally, by the way, let me get to cruise power here, 34 and 22. So we'll back the manifolds off to 34. Bring the RPMs down to 22. Pop down into auto lean. Should land right on 150. Oh, nope. $34, 22. Why are the BMEP so low? It should land on 150. Why are they like 140? 34, 22. Oh, 22. I got it at 23. That would be why. Alright, and then before we lose all the temperatures in our temperature in our engines, let's in the meantime, I've lost 400 feet of altitude too. Anyway, I promise I'll come back to the story. I promise, Iron Man. Sorry. Let me just get the plane managed here. 150 across the board, okay. 34, 22, 200. And coming back up to 17,000. Then we'll get it nice and stable with 17,000, and then we'll engage the altitude hold. Meanwhile, seatbelt signs can come off. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and you can feel free to get up and move around the cabin. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and grilled pineapple. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Martinique when we get a little closer to starting our descent there. Thanks again for flying with us on Pan American Airways Flight 514 service to Martinique. Alright, so let's get the pitch wheel rotated to help us get nice and stable. Let's get 150 across the board on the BMEPs. Just get it nice and perfectly fine-tuned there. Let's get one notch down. Nice and stable, right at 17,000. You got to get it almost to the point where you don't even need the altitude hold. We're right between two notches here. So it'll, as it descends ever so slightly, it'll pick up a tiny bit of airspeed. That tiny little bit of lift will then neutralize the descent, and we'll end up right at 17. And then once it's that close to balanced, you can go ahead and pop this altitude hold on, and it should be okay. If you don't get it nice and close to balanced, it'll surge up or surge down at the moment you flip that switch. But it looks like right now we got it pretty well stable, and the altitude hold's going to do okay for us. Anyway, Iron Man, I'm so sorry. So JG Mathis, I probably owe you. I had to back out your change because it just couldn't seem to figure out that we wanted one Pan American and one Eastern. It got it kind of all wrong there. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. It just couldn't figure out how to do the two planes in different liveries, I suppose. If instead of, I don't have the ability to refund your points, but if you wanted to suggest a different modification, you can go ahead and do it. So real quick, this is our slant artwork adventure. This is kind of a side activity that we have going on the stream. We start with a generic description of an image that represents what we're doing. Pan American DC-6 flies over the Caribbean, and then as you guys throw in 500 Twitch channel points, there at the bottom of the chat panel you got the Twitch channel points represented by that alphabet serial icon, and the button next to that tells you how many you have and allows you to cash them in 500 at a time to get in on the queue to modify the image. When I call your name, you can let me know what modification or addition you would like to make to the image. So this is where we started, the Pan American DC-6 flying over the Caribbean. We then added me dangling out the window drinking a pina colada. We then changed the scene to where I'm partying at Sunset Beach Club while the plane comes in over the beach. And that's kind of where we landed. Yeah, so we tried to modify it from there, but that's kind of where we landed. Need an airline captain's cap? All right, well, let's do that. Let's do that there, Jim. That's a good call. Alright, well, it's working on that. Let me get back to the story. So, St. Kitts, cruise excursion. We got on buses. We got bus down to where we got on this train, double-decker train. Lower side is, lower part of the car is enclosed. Upper part of the car is pavilion style with cover but open air. upper part of the car is where they have the tour guide. They're giving out frozen drinks. They got locals doing singing and dancing as we go on the slowest train around the perimeter of the island of St. Kitts. And it's like a 2.5 hour ride. It was ridiculously long. So just for that reason alone, I didn't recommend it. However, it became exciting. Because at one point, as we were going around the island, there's a path coming down from our left, and remember, the center of St. Kitts, it slopes up into this pretty tall mountain, and then just to our right, it's like the beach and the water. So to our left was a dirt path, dirt road, really, not path, a dirt road that kind of hugged the side of the slope, and then came down, and then there was a grade crossing at the railroad tracks, and then the dirt road continued down towards the shore. Well, as we're coming up on the grade crossing, this cement mixer crests the hill, and he's hauling butt, coming down this dirt path toward the grade crossing. He realizes we are about to cross that grade crossing. He lays on his brakes, and he lays on his horn, hilariously. The brakes kind of stopped him or slowed him down a little. I don't think the horn did at all. We definitely saw him coming before he laid on the horn. He somehow realized that the combination of brakes and horn was not going to stop him in time. So he yanks the wheel left into the side of the mountain that's up against the road and just like smacks the side of the truck into the side of the rock facade in order to stop his truck. Bang, 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 bang. Steam everywhere. He comes jolting to a halt. A couple of locals go running to him. He's climbing out of the cab. He's fine. And all of us on the train are just like looking at him going, oh, well, you know, you were kind of going a little fast over that hill, weren't you? But thanks for not killing us all. We appreciate you, dude. So that was the most exciting part of that train ride. By far. By far. In fact, would not have been at all exciting had that not happened. Alright, JG, I think we got it now, man. I think we got it now. So there we are, me partying with the captain's hat at Sunset Beach Club, St. Martin, dancing, drinking, watching planes land. And again, if you want to get on that, let me know what you'd like to add to or modify with that image. Go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. And then you too can let me know what we're adding to our Slants Artwork Adventure. I'll tell you what, if that's where we end up with it tonight, I'm not sad. I think that's the perfect video thumbnail for this stream. So I'll take it. That's where we end up with it. Alright, how we doing? 150 across the board, 34, 22, 200 in the cylinder head temps. Nice and stable at 17. And we are perfectly on track toward Bimbo. We are headed toward Bimbo. I say again, we are headed toward Bimbo. I think I have Bimbo in sight, by the way. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, and I'll tell you what, one thing that we did not do at cruise when we got to cruise, but certainly should have done, what we'll do now. Let's make sure that our pressurization worked out like we thought. Yep, okay. So differential pressure, well within normal range. It's, you know, 55.5 or less is fine. The cabin altitude, we knew from the setting on initially that it was going to be sitting just under 6,000. That is indeed where it wound up. The perceived cabin altitude based on the air density in it is no longer changing. It's sitting perfectly there. All parameters right in normal limits, right where they were predicted to be. So I would say everything is worked out with that as it was supposed to have. I try to check that as we pass 10, and then I try to check that again as we arrive at cruise. So I kind of dropped the ball on that. Forgot that for a little bit. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, I got distracted by something on my other screen, guys. I apologize. We are ahead of the game here. However, given the fact that we are most likely going to be completing this flight without the assistance of air traffic control, let's take a peek and see what our plan is going to be in terms of our descent. So it looks like 6,000 is minimum hold altitude there at Dedet. And so we have 4,000 to lose between there and IFF 10. So this aircraft likes to have 5 miles per 1,000 to lose, and if we got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, we got 4,000 to lose, we like to have 20 miles. We've got 17.6. So that's not ideal, but it also looks like we've got an additional 5 miles after the turn to maintain 2,000. So that'll work fine. We'll plan on 6,000 feet at Dedet. What that means for us then is backtracking to Dedet. We want to be at 6,000 there. We're at 17,000 there. Well, that means we're going to have 11,000 feet to lose prior to Dedet. And therefore, that means we have 44 miles that we need to use in order to descend from 17 to 6 at Dedet. So 44 miles prior to Dedet is our top of descent. Let's take a peek at what we got over here in Les Garmin. Bimbo, PPR, then Dom. Let's push for the cursor. We'll scroll down. From Dom to Dedet, we got 43 miles. So what that tells me, based on what I just said, is that our top of descent is just as we're crossing Dom VOR. What's the proper name? I'm just calling it Dom. Douglas Charles. Yeah, Douglas Charles VOR. Oh, actually, and I put that in slightly wrong. It's not the VOR, is it? 273 is not a VOR frequency. It's an NDB frequency. So it asked me if I wanted the VOR or the NDB. They're slightly not co-located, but it is indeed the NDB that forms the airway. So I was slightly off by that. I could fix it. It doesn't look like it's that worth it to fix. But yeah, I did put the wrong one in. I'm surprised that they have the same identifier. That's unusual to me, that they have the same identifier, but they're not exactly in the same place. However, it's a negligible difference in terms of the accuracy required for this segment of the navigation. It's not going to be a big deal. However, to be precise, I should be going back and fixing that right now, but I'm not going to. Anyway, from Dom to Dedet, it is going to be 43 miles, so that's going to be our descent of 11,000 feet. And then from Dedet to... Oops. Clear. From Dedet to IFF-10, we got another 17 miles, so that's going to be probably another 4,000 feet we can lose. No, about 3,000 feet, because we like to have 5 per 1,000, so that's 15. Will get us down from 6,000 to 2,000, 6,000 to 3,000. But then we got another 5 there, so that'll get us down to 2,000. And then we got another 6 miles to the runway. At that point, we are going to be descending on a 3-degree glide slope, so we'll be okay. We're going to have to be a little bit careful about speed management. CB Flyers here says, evening, how are the winds in the Caribbean? Well, much better than they were in Boston. Put it to you that way. That's 44 miles to Dom, and then 44 miles after Dom in order to start our descent. Yeah, the winds up in Boston region were not very conducive to VFR. Well, I was just about to say something dumb, right? The wind wasn't conducive to VFR flying. Well, that's stupid. You can see through wind. The wind wasn't going to be conducive to single-engine piston flying. Let's put it that way. Atlanta's been a steady to 15 to 18 with gusts 22 to 28. Yeah, and that's pretty on par with what Boston was looking at. So our original plan for tonight was going to be up in the Boston virtual ARTCC. We were going to continue the Wings over New England training flights. You can see that the worst of the precipitation has moved off. There is a good amount of precipitation still moving through, however. But the big story is 21 gusts to 38 there. 15 gusts to 31 at Bedford. 16 gusts 27 at Fitchburg. Where were we supposed to go? We're supposed to go to Nashua. 16 gusts to 22. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a fun night trying to fly the A2A Comanche up there. And on VATSIM, you're allowed to modify the visibility and the cloud layers, but you're supposed to keep the wind, pressure, and temperature consistent with the pilots around you, so that all those things are affecting all of you similarly. Otherwise, it's chaos if, some pilots have major crosswind from this way, other pilots have major crosswind from that way, and you're trying to issue headings and sequencing and stuff. So you have to keep the wind real world, you have to keep the pressure setting real world, you have to keep the temperature real world. Pressure and temperature have to do with altitude variances, but wind has to do obviously with ground track variances. So yeah, it's pretty brutal up there. It would not have been a good night to do the VFR training flights. The other possibility that I considered was we could do them if we set the weather to calm. However, then we were going to have to conduct those flights not on VATSIM at all, and I was just going to simply talk through what the ATC communications would sound like. That wouldn't be the worst thing. However, I figured a better option would be just to flip that itinerary to another night, where we could hopefully do it with better weather and with other traffic and with VATSIM air traffic control, so you can hear in real time what those calls would sound like. And the other traffic really adds those nice little curveballs that you don't really call for or count on. You know, the other traffic in and out of the airport might cause you to extend your downwind or make a 360 for spacing or sequencing or what have you. Those kind of unexpected little twists that you don't get when you're flying yourself. So that's what I figured was the better option. Flip the Boston Virtual Air TCC VFR training flights to a night where the weather conditions were more conducive to it. And down here in the Caribbean, it's been pretty favorable weather all along. So low, few to scattered clouds, very light surface winds, and really no weather-related challenges to speak of. I think my challenge coming into St. Martin was really my own doing. I was the challenge coming into St. Martin. CB says, we had an SR-22 land in Atlanta and did pretty good for the winds. Didn't even cause a jet to go around. The Tampa has to be real world to get right. Tampa. Temperature. 24 miles to Douglas Charles. Time for another sip of that Red Bull, apparently. Iron Man says, I flew into Atlanta today. They were managing traffic very well. Was shocked at the number of arrivals and departures they were handling. Atlanta is a very, very high capacity airport. It's also one of the busiest airports in the real world, and it's also one of the busiest airports on VATSIM. So those guys that work Atlanta on VATSIM, they know how to handle traffic loads, dude. They know how to handle traffic loads. Let's get an update on the METAR at Martinique. See if anything's changed. TFFF. So it was the 1:30 observation. Now it's the 3 o'clock observation. In terms of Zulu time, at least 0606. So nothing much has changed. 25 and 21 QNH 1015. So that'll be 2990. So what did I say? It's 1013 is standard. For every click up from that, it's 3 clicks on the mercury altimeter. So 1013 to 1015 is 2. So 2992 plus 6, 2998. I also just realized that we should have been monitoring 122.8 this entire time. And then we'll need to see what the local CTAS. So this is our general advisories frequency. We're trying not to call it Unicom anymore. Unicom was never the right word, but we've been using that word wrong for 25 years. Just generically speaking, it's an advisory frequency, so that's what we're trying to call it. In certain regions, it is specifically referred to as the Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, CTAF. And in certain regions of the world, and to include all of North America, including the Caribbean, we're using a locally assigned advisory frequency at airport environments. So for Martinique, it's going to be 118.5, so we'll have that ready to go over here. Alright, so 6.9 miles from our top of descent. Really, remember, I kind of want to start descending like a mile, maybe too early, prior to that VOR or NDB. So let's just go ahead and we'll come up top. We'll get the seatbelt signs back on. What are we talking? What are we saying about the weather? 25 is high 70s, light winds, minimal clouds. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we do ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. We are just about to start our descent into Martinique. The cabin crew is going to come around with one final pass to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. Weather in Martinique is currently showing with mostly clear skies, very light winds, and high 70s for temps. We do expect to be on the ground in just about 25 minutes. We thank you again for flying on Pan American Airways, Flight 514, service to Martinique. Alright, 1 mile prior to the VOR, let's go ahead and let's come down here and get the altitude hold off. I am going to cheat and bring it to a intermediate first stage descent, 26 on the manifold and 21 on the RPMs. Real procedure in the aircraft is just to kind of pitch down. And yes, that means you build airspeed, but that's just the way they did it. Modern airspace with other traffic, that can be kind of suicide mission. Why are you suddenly increasing to 310 knots? Well, because I'm supposed to in this airplane. Alright, I'm going to put the cowl flaps into that second extra closed notch, just to keep as much of the cylinder head to heat as we can. What we want to avoid is what they call shock cooling. We want to avoid a sudden... Oh, what are we doing here? Oh, it put me in a hold here. Yeah, it put me in a hole there. Whoopsie. Didn't catch what it was doing there. Alright, well, we've got a little extra time to make that descent now. So it's still trying to get us turned. back on course here. It's alright. Alright, well, so that allows us a little extra time to get down, but I'm going to keep the power back down to 90. We'll shallow the descent a little bit to help keep the speed under control. I said a little bit. And then let's continue to come up here and keep working on a direct. So it's still got to go 20 degrees right yet. Yeah, so we threw in a nice little ester. I probably should have just let it continue around 1. But that's alright. That's right, I didn't look closely enough at that flight plan. So we're going to keep the power back down to 90 across the board. 21 on the RPMs, yeah, 2100. Cylinder head temps nicely capped at 200. And still a nice smooth descent, not picking up too much airspeed, but still getting some speed off. I'm going to go ahead and kick the blowers into their lower setting. And then let's get the power back up to about 90. And then if you kind of just aim for 1,000 feet per minute, the speed kind of keeps semi under control there. So 100, or about 90 across the board there. Coming down through 13. And then after dead it, so we're kind of done with the arrival chart, really, honestly. After dead it, it's IFF 10 and then straight on. 1099 probably auto-tuned, but we'll get 09 or 5 dialed in just to have the reference here. If we have to go missed, some RNAV pass, so we don't have to dial anything in terms of additional nav aid for that. Alright, let's keep the power back down to about 90. Cylinder head temps are good. We said we wanted to be about 3,000 at dead it. Or no, 6,000 at dead it. So we got 5,000 more to lose. We need 5 miles per 1,000. So if we're 25 miles from dead it, we're right on our desired track. We're 29 miles from dead it, so we're doing good. V approach 131, V ref 101. 060 at 6 for a runway 10 is going to mean a very slight left to right. Alright, let's keep 90 across the board for our descent here. We're coming through 10,000. We need to go to 6,000, so that means 4,000 to lose. That means 20 miles to lose it. 22 miles to lose it, so we're still doing pretty well. Kind of wish I'd taken a break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling, but I guess we'll make it down just as quickly as we can here. Alright, 9,000 to 6,000 would be 3,000, so that would be 15 miles. So let's see if we're 15 miles to dead at. 16 and a half. So the descent profile is working fine. Going to keep the power back down to about 90. And then after dead-at, we're down to 2,000 by IFF10, but if we're 3,000 there, we're okay. 2,000 really by FII, or FI10. Alright. So coming up on 10 miles to dead-at, does that mean we have about 2,000 to go? Yep, okay, so now we gotta steepen the descent a little bit, back the power off. And then after we pass dead-at, we're gonna transition from descent power to approach power. Okay, for approach power, we're going to spin the props up. That'll help us slow down. We'll get more to about an 80 power than instead of a 90 power. Kind of a 75 to 80 power setting with a higher prop speed. And then that'll help us start to get the aircraft slowed. Matter of fact, then we're going to go ahead into auto rich here. And then let's get the power down to about 80. Maybe about 75. We want to get the RPMs up to about 2,500 for approach. We got 5 miles to go, 1,000 feet. Okay, so that's perfect. That's kind of where we want to be. About 1,000 feet per minute. Alright, and then I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the Common Traffic Advisory. So when we get onto the IFF10, that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's about an 11-mile final. Alright, so how are we with Dedet? 1.3 miles to Dedet, and we got 400 feet to go. Shallow the descent slightly. I didn't say stop the descent, I said shallow it. Okay, we're passing Dedet now. We're heading down to IFF10. We got 17 miles to go. We are now continuing past 6,000 down to 2,000. We're going to keep the power down at 70 here. You alright? I started you by moving? You were leaning on me, you didn't realize I was going to move, huh? Martinique traffic, Clipper 514 to DC-6. About a 15-mile left base to a 11-mile final, runway 10 Martinique. We're 6,500 descending. 5,500 descending. Okay. So power down at 70. RPM's up at 25. Descent coming down to 200, or 2,000 rather, 2,000. Still got 12 miles to go. Remember, we got another 5 miles after that to get down to the 2,000. However, I am going to shallow the descent. Right now, I'm going to worry more about speed than about altitude. And as soon as we get to 175, this mark here, we can start throwing out flaps. And that'll help us get slowed down and descended. And in the meantime, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly raffle. We're going to pull that on New Year's Day. Alright, there's 175. Get the first knock of flaps in. Going to pull that on New Year's Day, and then we're going to pull that toward the end of the month thereafter. Okay, we are above the glide slope. We got the ILS signal in. But we are above the glide slope. Okay, second notch of flaps can come in at 165. There's 165. We can get the gear in as well. We are still trying to come down to 2,000 feet. With all that drag out now, though, we can put some extra pitch down, get that descent going. In fact, I'm going to make it in my airplane. At 155, I could actually put one more notch of flaps in if I want to. Let's do that. We still got a lot of excess altitude to lose. 75 on the 75 on the power. That's going to drift up to 80 as we descend. I'm going to leave it right where it is. And then once we get below the white arc, I can go whatever flaps I need to. Okay, we're actually below glide slope now. And we got the DME down here, 11 mile final. Yeah, I'm gonna squeeze the corner just a little bit. Look at the terrain. Yeah, the airport's kind of right in that cove there. So 2,000 at 6.3. So we got plenty of time to lose this 900 feet. I'm going to bring the gear back up because we have too much drag on the airplane right now. Alright, I'm going to keep the power right at 80 across the board. Cylinder, yeah, cowl flaps back to their regular 0 position. Let's get the landing lights on and extended. Did we go through the localizer? Yeah, we did. Is the airport not where I think it is? So we're slightly above glide slope now. I thought the airport was kind of tucked into that cove there. Well, maybe it is. Alright, so now we're rejoining the localizer. Now I'm a little above glide slope. We'll get the gear back out. We'll go ahead and get down to flaps 30. So strategy of pulling the gear back in worked. Not quite seeing the runway, except for maybe it's right there. Oh, there it is. Martinique traffic, Clipper 514's DC-6, 5 mile final, straight in, runway 10. Left hand turn off if we make it down. Okay, glide slope's looking good. We can get speed down to 130 on final, 131 on final, 101 over the numbers. $80 across the board is set. Set and forget. Don't be tinkering with the power now. You got it dialed in. We're going to do all the rest of the adjustment on speed with flaps. At flaps 40, I can go one more notch if I need to. I don't need to. We're losing speed. Right, kind of how we want to. Matter of fact, I'm a little below glide slope now, so I'm going to pull the nose up, pull a notch of flaps back in. Help us get back on glide slope. Chasing the localizer just a little bit. Kind of getting blown off to the left. I need to add in just a touch of right rudder trim. So there is some torque that happens at low speed and high power. And I've been compensating with right aileron. I've been putting the right wing down to do it. But I feel like the more I read, the more I'm like, that should be just a touch of right rudder trim there. Okay, that's maybe too much right rudder trim. Okay, we're still at 80 across the board. I am now going back to flaps 40. Yeah, we're still ended up way left to center line here. All of a sudden, way below glide slope. Okay, we're good. We're at flaps 30, power set. Glide slope's coming back in. Alright, let's get that drag back out, get slowed down to 100 for our final. So this one was sloppy, but not as sloppy as St. Martin. And we kind of got it stable on short final here. That's not bad at all. Gentle reduction in power. Yeah, it's floaty. Yeah, didn't get that reduction in power and flare time. It's right, but skimmed and skipped it just a little bit. Overall, that approach was better executed than the one in St. Martin. Flare timing was just very suspect. But it's okay. That one was better. We definitely did a lot less tinkering with power on that one. Much more what you're supposed to do. Set and forget the power. Manage the speed with drag. Still got a little slow a little early, but at least on this one we pulled the gear back in, and that was a successful strategy to keep some energy in the plane. Iowa Scotsman's, did that one come in before the touchdown? Martinique traffic, Clipper 514 DC-6, clear of runway 10, Martinique. It's pretty close. I'll have to see. Oh, we didn't get very many predictions. Barely, but yes. Okay. It might be the winner. I'm going to have to check and do the math here. It might be the winner. It's very close. Anyway, so yeah, retract and turn off the lights. Pitot heat can come off. Cow flaps open. Flap stowed. I don't think I did that. Parking brake. Alright, let's double check I did everything on the taxi end. Flaps, oh yeah, strobes back to steady. Landing lights, cow flaps, pitot heat, everything else we did. I'll double check in Iowa, Scotsman. It's okay. It came up by the time I was on the ground. Yours was just showing up, but I'm not sure. I can always go back and check it. It's fine. Because it looks like it's you. If yours came in time, it's your win. We'll talk about it in a minute. You know I'm fair. I'll make sure that if you're entitled to it, you'll get it. Throttles down. Mix to cutoff. Fuel selectors. Generators, magnetos. Wheel well lights. Entry lights. Seatbelt lights off. Beacon light off. Engine instruments off. And inverters off. Run down here, and transponder can be shut off and set back to 2000. DME off. ADF, Garmin, and nav2 com2. And the control lock on. Let's jump over here. Set up some wheel chocks, connect some ground power. Let's get exit, cargo. While we're waiting on that, we can jump up top. We can switch over to the ground power. Come back here, we'll get stairs, Alright, cool deal. Let's run through my predictions first of all. Talk about our flight time and fuel predictions. Timing wise, 11:06, nailed it. 6,000 left in the tanks. A couple hundred extra. I'm going to call that pretty much nailed it. And then, did anybody nail it as close as I did in terms of the descent rate? Well, Iowa Scotsman almost did. Again, I'll double check, man. I'm going to go ahead and write it out for you, and if I come back into the replay and realize yours came in just a little bit too late, then we'll switch it up. So say again, Jim, you're going to be the backup winner. Yeah, we skimmed it and skipped it. The flare timing was horrendous on that. 151 was the number that registered, so that puts Iowa Scotsman's 8 away. The next one up was Say Again, Jim. So Iowa Scotsman, we're going to call you the winner. You say yours came in time. If I find differently, then I'll make the correction later. But we'll call it for you as of right now. So congratulations. All right, friends. Well, we got a little bit more shutdown to do. We'll recap our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Didn't have as many participants in that tonight, but that's okay. Still had a pretty fun image to close out on. So, come back to the shutdown checklist. The cow flaps can go ahead and be closed. Yeah, we'll just say that the deboarding is now complete, so we can go ahead and ditch the stairs. We can come up top here. We can switch the plane back to battery power. We can ditch the ground power unit. Go ahead and get the exits closed up and the cargo holds closed up. And of course, we'll leave the wheel chocks on. Okay, all closed up. Obviously, the front cabin exit would have been closed after we left, which would all have taken place after these items were done. But the wheel well lights, entrance lights, no smoking signs, and nav lights could all be turned off, and master power switched off as well. And there we go. Everything over here is already done. Wheel chocks are still set. Yep, there we are. Oh, yeah, beautiful. Alright, so there's our Pan American DC-6 parked on the ramp here at Martinique Airport to close the night. Glad that y'all could ride along with us this evening. In addition to our flight, we also had our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure is closed for the evening. However, it took a couple of fun little turns. I wound up getting an opportunity to participate a lot tonight since there weren't as many of you participating. But here's where we started, the Pan American DC-6 flying over the Caribbean islands. We then added me hanging out the window drinking a pina colada. And then I was like, you know what would be even more fun than that? I was telling the story about how my wife and I went on a cruise, and we got to hang out at the Sunset Beach Club right there in St. Martin. So I was like, well, let's relive that moment and have me with the pina colada there at the Sunset Beach Club. We tried to put a second plane in, Pan Am and an Eastern landing in formation. We really couldn't just get that to work. So we backed that out. We tried it again. It still didn't fly. So we backed that out again. And then I wound up just putting the captain's hat on me. And I tried to sharpen the resolution a little bit. It kind of got blurry there. So I don't know if it really did or not. It still looks kind of blurry and pixelated in spots there. But anyway, that's fine. That's where we wound up. Me and the captain's hat drinking a pina colada, partying at the Sunset Beach Club at St. Martin as a DC-6, Pan American DC-6 lands in the background. So there you go. That'll be our YouTube thumbnail for the stream as we upload it to YouTube. And yeah, our slant artwork adventure, by the way, if you want to get in on that next time it starts, then it's 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points you cash in. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you got the little button next to the Alphabet serial icon that represents those points, and you can push on that button to cash in 500 at a time. That puts you in the queue, and then when I call your name, all you need to do then is just let me know what you would like to add to or modify that image with, and that's how that works. We start with just a generic description of an image that kind of represents what we're up to that night, and then we can kind of just add to it as we go. And as you saw, it kind of just gets sillier and sillier as the night goes by. So that's how that works. Our slant artwork adventure, we'll do that every single stream. We'll start with a new fresh image when we come back and see you on Thursday. Thursday, by the way, is going to be a VATSIM air traffic control stream, New Year's Day stream. Our normal show schedule, in case you are new to the channel, normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is midnight Zulu time on the next day ahead. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. Now this week we're Monday, Thursday. Next week we're Tuesday, Friday. and then we go back on the normal cycle after that. So a little bit off schedule this week, but you can always check and see what we're going to be up to by peeking at the full show schedule underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. Not only will it confirm for you exactly which days we'll be on, accounting for any work or personal obligations that we have to dodge, but it will also let you know what we're planning on being up to. There's a handful of different planes that we normally fly, which is the A2A Simulations Comanche, a little single-engine piston action. We do this DC-6, our four-engine piston radial engine airliner that we fly, our vintage airliner. We do some business jet action in that FlySimware Lear 35. We do the vintage regional airliner, that BAE 146, that four tiny engined regional jet that we love to fly. And then of course we once in a while will break out a modern airliner such as the PMDG 737 and fly that for you. And of course, as I said, we also mix in some VATSIM air traffic control, which is what we're going to be doing on Thursday. I control for Washington ARTCC. The main sector that I control is that sector that surrounds Baltimore, BWI Airport, up just north and east of Washington, D.C. Occasionally, you'll see me grab Raleigh approach down in Raleigh-Durham. But it kind of depends on the mood, and it kind of depends on what other controllers have already grabbed positions for the evening. There's no event scheduled that night in VAT USA, so it's just going to be kind of up for grabs, and we'll see. I'll probably end up at that Chesapeake sector up near Baltimore, but we'll see. Raleigh will be the backup plan, and then if both of those end up taken, then we'll see where we go from there. Anyway, but that's the plan. Tuesday, I'm sorry, Monday, Thursday this week. Tuesday, Friday next week, and then back on the normal rotation. We talked about the Discord link. That's also a great place to keep in touch anytime we're not on stream. If you were trying to get a word in edgewise and talk to me while I had my hands full with the plane, you can always touch base with us on the Discord, and that's a pretty newbie-friendly community. So if you're trying to get on VATSIM and need some guidance, that's a great place to check out for some advice. We've also got our YouTube playlist on the lower left-hand side of the screen. The YouTube channel link is over there. We've got a playlist on that channel called VATSIM Tutorials. So again, if you're new, trying to get on VATSIM, trying to get some guidance on what to say or how to file a flight plan, how to figure out what your equipment codes are supposed to be, how to read charts, we got some good guidance over there you can check out. And you can ask any questions that you have on those right in the comments on there, or you can find us in our Discord and ask there. So, all right, that should wrap it up. Who's getting the raid from us? Moose up and running. Moose is just landed. Is he doing? He's Detroit to LaGuardia, but he's taxiing in. I don't know if he's doing another flight after that or not. Find somebody who's maybe has not been on as long. That one's been on 3.5 hours. No, Fliggity is just getting started. We'll shoot you over to Fliggity. What is he up to tonight? Fliggity is also doing Detroit to LaGuardia. Well, that's a popular run this evening. That's what Moose just finished doing. Fliggity is saying that he's doing Detroit to LaGuardia in the Starship. So we'll go ahead and shoot you over to him. He's just getting started. He's not even up out of his title screen just yet. So when he gets up and running, make sure you tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. Guys, we'll be back with you on Thursday from the virtual scope somewhere within the Washington ARTCC. So between now and then, hope that you will have a fantastic rest of the start of your week. We'll catch you on the tail end as Thursday comes, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu, Friday morning. And then between now and then, guys, hope that you'll be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your own travels and adventures between now and then. Take care, friends. Good night.